I just wanted to say hi.
Thank you. There's a lot of
Where's the light? Does it work? No. How about yours? Just waiting for John. Hi guys, just want to say hi. I responded to one.
All right, good evening, everybody. Good evening, everyone, and Happy New Year. Before we start today's board meeting, I wanted to recognize an extraordinary group of athletes that have joined us here this evening. For those of us who work in Town Hall, our days always get a little bit brighter when we have a chance to talk with Damian Gallo, who is a hardworking member of our DGS team, or to speak with Brendan Gersten, who works in our town clerk's office. Damian and Brendan are always ready for a chat, and without fail will make you laugh with an anecdote from their true passion, which is their floor hockey team. Last month, Damian, Brendan, and their team competed at the New York State Regional Floor Hockey Tournament at the Javits Center and took home the gold medal. So it is our honor to have the Long Island Lions here today in attendance, and I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the players and their coaches, Joe Branzetti and Bob Gersten and Anton Gerdes Sr. Thank you for all your dedication to this team and for an amazing win. Now, if you please come forward. I'd like to announce every member of the team. We have Dan Farelli, Damian Gallo, Anton Gerdes, William Gallardo, Brendan Gersten, Jonathan Horowitz, Christina Hansen, Eric Perez, Brian Shirali, John Lashke, and Nancy Cohen. Please come up and let's take a picture. Would you like to join?
Standing next to this guy, he's a Ranger fan.
You're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, I also want to point out that our team won the gold medal and defeated a bunch of other teams who won the gold medal in the last minute of play. We're given this by the NHL.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this regularly scheduled town board meeting. For those of you who have never attended a board meeting before, we will first have public hearings, followed by an administrative calendar. There are meeting agendas available in the rear of the pavilion. If you'd like to be heard on any matter, you can get a slip from one of our public safety officers and fill it out. After the calendar is closed, we will remain in session to listen to public comment, as has been our tradition for 350 years. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilman Ambrosino. Here. Councilman Blakeman.
Here.
Councilman Diaz-Bazito.
I'm here.
Councilman Dunn.
Here?
Councilwoman King Sweeney.
Here.
Senior Councilwoman Gooseby. Here. Supervisor Gillen.
Here. I now ask our senior councilwoman to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone would please stand.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If everyone would remain standing for one moment, this past week, the town of Hempstead suffered a very devastating loss. One of our young 20-year-old lifeguards died unexpectedly and left behind grieving parents in a grieving town of Hempstead. So if we would just bow our heads in a moment of silence for him. His name is Chris Craffa. Thank you. Please be seated. Madam Clerk, will you please call the first public hearing?
Proposed local law regarding regulations and restrictions to limit parking in Baldwin near Valley Stream, Wantagh, and West Hempstead.
I do not have any slips on this public hearing. Is there anyone who'd like to be heard?
Ada J. Merriday, Baldwin resident. With regard to this law, what was the rationale behind it, and where exactly is the parking to be limited in Baldwin?
Mr. Reed.
Taking a property in your district, right? It's not on my side.
Hi, how are you?
Happy New Year, Supervisor, Town Board members.
Thank you.
Yes, this location in Baldwin is on Grand Avenue at the intersection of Smith Street.
Okay. And then why is it limited parking?
It's just to update the existing town ordinance, which does not match up to the existing signs that are out in the field.
Okay. So this is just kind of clearing out some stuff,
Yeah, paperwork, yes.
So there was nothing else in terms of a safety situation or anything along those lines?
Well, where the existing signs are encroached another property, and
Right.
the property owner asked us to move the sign, and we found out that the ordinances didn't match up with the sign, so we have to legally make the adjustment, and the signs now fit what the ordinance reads.
So everything now is in compliance?
Yes.
Okay. And any safety measures that are necessary will be continued or be put in place?
Well, it'll allow proper parking in front of the person who asked us to investigate this.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to be heard on this public hearing? Hearing none, may I have a motion?
Supervisor, move the hearing be closed and the item adopted.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilman Ambrosino. Councilman Blakeman.
Aye.
Councilman Diaz-Bazito. Councilman Dunn. Councilwoman King Sweeney.
Aye.
Senior Councilwoman Gooseby.
Aye.
Supervisor Gillen.
Aye. Madam Clerk, please call our next public hearing.
Proposed local law regarding parking or standing prohibitions in Baldwin, Belrose Terrace, Franklin Square, Inwood, Uniondale, Wantagh, and West Hempstead.
I do not have any slips on this public hearing. Is there anyone who'd like to be heard?
Nita Merriday, Baldwin resident. Same question with regard to parking or the standing prohibitions. Where is it located and what's the rationale?
This location is Nelson Avenue at the intersection of Rose Boulevard. It's for a resident at this location.
Okay. Has there been any situations there that have preceded any number of violations, code violations?
Oh, no, this is just concerns of the resident herself for her property to clear out the side portion of her residence, as she did not want people parking there for extended periods of time, and she was leery of maybe suspicious activity with people parking there, so we accommodated her request to clear out the parking, so nobody will be allowed to park there.
Okay, so I am gathering that the police department will be advised in terms of this.
Yes,
change
they
in
will
this.
be. They always advise when the new restrictions are posted. This way, the resident, if she has any problems, can contact the police department. If people do violate the parking restrictions and park there, they will be ticketed.
Okay. So these are not on any streets that have been problematic in terms of any other issues, like potholes or anything like that, as far as you know?
No, this is just strictly parking issues.
Okay, yeah. Yes, thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to be heard?
Patty Harris, Uniondale. I would like to know what's the location in Uniondale?
This one on this particular agenda is Beck Street and Clark Place. We're implementing no stopping here to corners at the intersection to help with sight distance and turning maneuvers for the vehicles at this location.
Is this a private location?
Well, it's an intersection of the roadway. There are some residential houses at the corners, so we're implementing corner clearances to keep the cars away from the corners so people can turn in and out of the intersections. Okay.
Is there anyone else who'd like to be heard on this public hearing?
Barbara Hafner, West Hempstead. Could you clarify the locations in West Hempstead, please?
Is Stratford Road, which is, we are, excuse me. We're implementing 1 hour parking restrictions at this location.
Just on Stratford?
Yes, on the east side of the roadway, just north of Hempstead Turnpike.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to be heard on this public hearing? Hearing none, may I have a motion?
Move that the public hearing be closed and that the item be adopted.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilman Ambrosino. Councilman Blakeman. Councilman D'Esposito. Councilman Dunn. Councilwoman King Sweeney. Senior Councilwoman Gooseby. Supervisor Gillen.
Aye. Madam Clerk, please call our next public hearing.
Proposed local law regarding arterial stops in Belrose Terrace and Wantagh.
I do not have any slips on this public hearing. Is there anyone who'd like to be heard? Hearing none, may I have a motion?
Move the public hearing be closed and the proposed local law adopted.
Madam Clerk?
Councilman Ambrosino. Councilman Blakeman. Councilman D'Esposito. Councilman Dunn. Councilwoman King Sweeney. Senior Councilwoman Gooseby. Supervisor Gillen.
Aye. Madam Clerk, please call our next public hearing.
Proposed local law regarding bus stops in Wantagh.
I do not have any slips on this public hearing. Is there anyone who'd like to be heard? Hearing none, may I have a motion?
Supervisor, move the hearing be closed and the item adopted.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilman Ambrosino. Councilman Blakeman. Councilman D'Esposito. Councilman Dunn. Councilwoman King Sweeney.
Aye.
Senior Councilwoman Gooseby. Supervisor Gillen.
Aye. Madam Clerk, please call our next public hearing.
Proposed local law regarding traffic regulations in the vicinity of schools in Wantagh.
I do not have any slips on this public hearing. Is there anyone who'd like to be heard?
Supervisor, I move that the hearing be closed and the item adopted.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilman Ambrosino. Councilman Blakeman. Councilman D'Esposito. Councilman Dunn. Councilwoman King Sweeney.
Aye.
Senior Councilwoman Gooseby. Supervisor Gillen.
Aye. Madam Clerk, please call our next public hearing.
to consider the sale of a certain 32,698 square foot parcel of vacant real property located at Reynolds Channel within the city of Long Beach, sale by the town of Hempstead to the city of Long Beach.
I do not have any slips on this public hearing. Is there anyone who'd like to be heard?
Meta Maraday, Baldwin resident. With regard to this property, I just had a couple of questions as it pertains to, one, what is the current condition of the property? Like, what is the sale price, value, things of that nature? And once it is sold, does that constitute any relief on taxes to town residents?
So my understanding is that Long Beach is going to do a hazard mitigation project, and this parcel of land is partially underwater, and it's needed for them to complete the project. There were 2 appraisals done for this project. One was done by Long Beach, one was done by the town of Hempstead, and I believe we agreed on a price somewhere in the middle between those 2 appraisals. Mr. Lackaruba, you can add anything or correct me if I'm wrong.
Good evening. That's correct, Supervisor. The property is on Reynolds Channel, just east of, I believe, Riverside Boulevard, partially underwater. The rest of the property that's not underwater is undevelopable property. It sits behind the National Grid gas gate and a PSE&G substation. And 2 appraisals were done, and an agreement was reached by the town attorney's office and Long Beach Corporation Council on a fair price.
Okay, that answers the first question. Even though I haven't been given a number, is there a reason why? Is it not public information to have a number? Or
I think it's in the resolution. It's $55,250.
Okay. So I'm gathering that there was no home or any residential, was there any residential commercial property on there?
No, no structures at all.
Okay, so as far as the tax burden, how does that address that?
It was municipal property before, it remains municipal property, so the tax impact doesn't change.
Okay, it just changes who actually pays the taxes, wouldn't it?
It used to belong to us. It's going to belong to them once we sell it.
So then it becomes the responsibility of the city of Long Beach, right? As far as paying the taxes and any other liabilities and things of that nature.
And I think, just to add to it, I think Mr. Lackaruba would agree, the parcel of property that we're talking about here, there is absolutely nothing else that would have been able to been constructed or done with the land. This is, I mean, it's a piece of land that's not being able to be used by either municipality. It's part of this mitigation project.
No, I understand that. I get that. But unfortunately, we still have residents that are paying taxes on properties that they can't live in. So that's why I just wanted to get some clarification as it pertains to this particular property. So if there's something that's going to relieve the tax burden in some aspect for overburdened town residents, then I'm all for it. So that's why I just wanted to get some clarity. And you've addressed that. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to be heard on this public hearing? Hearing none, may I have a motion? Anthony.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilman Ambrosino. Aye. Councilman Blakeman. Aye. Councilman Diaz-Pazito.
Aye.
Councilman Dunn.
Aye.
Councilwoman King Sweeney.
Aye.
Senior Councilwoman Gooseby. Supervisor Gillen.
Aye. Madam Clerk, will you please call the administrative calendar?
Yes, there are items 7 through 39 on the administrative calendar. I also have 3 items of an urgent or emergency nature. The first is a resolution authorizing the payment of annual membership dues for the town of Hempstead to the Association of Towns of the State of New York. This will be item number 40 on the administrative calendar. The second is a resolution authorizing attendance of Senior Councilwoman Dorothy Gooseby at the 2019 Training School and Annual Meeting of the Association of the Towns of the State of New York from February 17th, 2019 through February 20th, 2019. This will be item number 41 on the calendar. The third is a resolution authorizing attendance of Supervisor Laura A. Gillen at the 2019 Training School and Annual Meeting of the Association of Towns of the State of New York from February 17th, 2019 through February 20th, 2019. This will be item number 42 on the calendar.
Would any of the council members like to sever any items on the calendar?
Dennis, you got a motion?
I sever,
No, just read it.
okay. All right. I move to postpone item number 29 indefinitely.
Do we have a second? Second. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilman Ambrosino.
Aye.
Councilman Blakeman.
Aye.
Councilman Diaz-Bazito.
Aye.
Councilman Dunn.
Aye.
Councilwoman King Sweeney.
Aye.
Senior Councilwoman Gooseby.
Aye.
Supervisor Gillen.
Aye. Are there any other items that the council would like to be severed?
Madam Supervisor, I'd like to move that item 31 be postponed without a date. Second,
Are you moving to postpone this indefinitely, Councilman?
without a date. Second,
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilman Ambrosino.
aye.
Councilman Blakeman.
Aye.
Councilman Diaz-Bazito.
I'm going to vote no, and I'd like to make an explanation as to why I'm voting no. I think that the benefit of the animal shelter should be to get animals out of the shelter. And I think that regardless of personalities, regardless of how we feel about one another, that we should be making sure that the best interest of the animals are at hand, and it shouldn't regard personalities. I vote no.
Councilman Dunn.
Aye.
Councilwoman King Sweeney.
No.
Senior Councilwoman Gooseby.
No.
Supervisor Gillen.
Yes. And anybody who wanted to be heard on this, you can be heard during public comment, so you're encouraged to stay.
That's funny.
Are there any other items that you'd wish to sever? Then may I have a motion on the administrative calendar?
Is she gonna correct it? Joe? Joe, is she gonna correct it? No? She gonna correct it? She can correct it. You wanted to correct it? Yeah, but she was like mine. Yeah, she was mine.
All right. Supervisor. All right, Madam Supervisor, I'd like to change my vote to table. I want to table that for now.
So you vote in favor of tabling?
Yes, I'm voting in favor of tabling.
Okay, Madam Clerk, let the record reflect that. All right, may I have a motion on the administrative calendar?
Everything but 29, 31. But you add 40, 41, and 42 to the count. That's for senior councilwoman to do, right? Not us.
At your own peril.
Thank you for the food yesterday. It was so incredibly nice of you.
My pleasure.
I make a motion that we move the calendar with the exception of number 31 and 29. A second?
Second.
Just to clarify, what just happened is item number 29 was tabled indefinitely. Is that correct? Tabled indefinitely. And item number 31 was tabled without a date. All right. Is that clear enough for you, Felix? Okay, on the administrative calendar, I have Jane Nicholsberg.
Yes, I have a question about number 14, the disposal of certain records, authorizing the disposal of certain records, Office of the Town Clerk. With the understanding that the town of Hempstead is not anywhere near computerized, how can records be disposed of without computerized background? And what kind of records?
Mr. Ra, I'm sorry, there's a question about the disposal of records. I believe it's done pursuant to statute that authorizes a certain disposal.
It's done pursuant to statute and state laws of the state of New York that certain records after a certain amount of time can be destroyed.
And what kind of records are these? And the dates that we're talking about, after how much time?
Okay, I'm sorry, let me just pull out the resolution. What number are you talking about?
14?
It's the disposal records from the clerk's office.
It's records from the town clerk's office and the years. It's not.
I'm sorry, can you? Thanks, we can't hear.
The records are bingo, cards, alcoholic beverages licenses, bingo inspector reports, block party permits, hunting licenses, peddlers licenses, taxi drivers licenses, all of which, and there are many others, all of which are more than 7 years old and no longer, under the state law, no longer need to be retained.
Thank you.
Now, Ms. Nicholsberg, I have you also for item 15. Do you have questions about that too? Same question. Mr. Ra, could you just look at number 15 as well?
15 are audit and banking records from 2012, claims and warrants from 2012. These are reports from the receiver of taxes office dating as far back as 2012.
And these being many from the 21st century, is there any backup of these in a computer system?
I didn't hear you. Is there any what?
With these being at least many of them.
Well, some of them are backed up, but these are paper records that are being destroyed.
But they are backed up?
There are, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Susan Ryan? Thank you, Ms. Meriday.
Happy New Year, everybody. You know what? I had a question on the, I wanted to ask about the sexual harassment. Where does the town of Hempstead get their sexual harassment policy guidelines? Is that?
So a while back, we passed a resolution retaining outside counsel. We retained the firm of Jackson Lewis to take a comprehensive look at the existing harassment policy in the town of Hempstead and to take a fresh look, update it, to bring it in compliance with current federal and state regulations. And so that's what they've done, and that's what we are adopting here tonight if it passes.
And my specific question about it is, how does that, are people with disabilities either cognitive or developmental or physical disabilities, are they included in this? You know, or is there a special?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I would think so. I just want to make
Yes.
sure.
Yeah.
That there's, and how, if somebody does, just for my own information, if somebody feels that they're being harassed, what's the process with an employee that would go, I mean, you know?
The policy, which will be posted on our website if it passes tonight, it has a reporting mechanism spelled out within the policy of how it should be reported, to whom it should be reported, and certain reporting requirements, again, to comply with federal or state law. And so they're spelled out quite clearly in the policy.
Good. It's very important. It really is that people feel, you know, comfortable. I also wanted to mention that we got this flyer in the mail, and it's wonderful. It's been very well received in Point Lookout, so I want to thank you for the information on that in terms of sanitation pickup and schedules. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Pritchard. Thumbs up on your schedule. Felix Procacci.
Felix Procacci, 1165 Barnes Street, Franklin Square, New York. You table things when you want to move things around. When you want to postpone it indefinitely, you postpone it indefinitely or you postpone it to a date certain. With changing the meanings of words, and it confuses me, and I've read this so many times, let's stick to at least, you could define how you want to, whether you want to make it debatable or not debatable, but why not just make it so people understand what you're talking about? If you want to postpone it and kick it down the road for another time, sometime later, say postpone. Date certain or indefinitely. If you want to table it, then table it, meaning that something else, everything else will go before it, and then it'll come sometime later. You're just moving it somewhere else in the queue. And since we don't have legislative sessions, essentially one meeting is our legislative session, if you're tabling it, you're moving it to the end of the meeting or something like that. At least that's the way the typical understanding through Robert Rules of Order is. Let's just stick to standard definitions, and then you could say whether you want to make things debatable or not because you don't want to discuss them. You could do that and make it really clear. So, because the way you do it is very confusing. So 31 is off the table right now. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, but we could talk about it later because it's going to be postponed indefinitely. Is that correct?
No, that one is postponed without a date.
Well, postponed without a date is debatable then.
Postponed without a date.
Postponed is still debatable. It's still discussable.
Neither item is on the calendar.
According to your rules.
Neither item is on the calendar today.
You removed it from the calendar, so you didn't postpone it. You severed them.
We did not sever.
Well, the thing is, you're
calendar,
redefining the rule. You're redefining everything. Anyway, let me ask you what number 32 means.
Mr. Salmon, would you like to explain this? Is he here? Is Mr. Salmon here? Oh, yes, thank you.
Good evening, Supervisor, members of the board. This is an annual resolution required by the state. It's called the Master Resolution. Essentially, it's a snapshot of the town of Hempstead payroll as of January 1st of each year. It's all public information.
Felix, I thought you'd be happy about that. It's all posted online. You can see everything.
Okay, no, I just didn't understand the way it's worded is I didn't get it. But no, it's great.
Basically, the master payroll for the town of Hempstead as of January 1st, right?
Okay,
Mr.
so
Salmon?
you're going to have all the positions and everything also?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. So I don't have to foil that now. On number 31, since we did it wrong, I think it needs to be discussed, number 31. And what I would say about number 31 is, you know, the appointment is good.
You can talk about it in public comment.
No, but you didn't do it right, so I'm following the right rules.
I didn't do it at all.
But whoever did it, they did it wrong. So I'm following the rules. The thing is, the rules say that I'm allowed to do this. You knocked me off for 1 second, so at least the problem with Diane's contract is this is not a contract that I read contracts all the time for contractors here. This is sort of like she's designed to fail. I'm not sure how anyone me included, could be efficient in my job if I was given these sort
Point of order.
restrictions.
Point of order. Supervisor, that matter has been adjourned. I don't want to set a precedent that we're going to allow debate on issues that aren't even before the board. You can bring that up again in public comment, because I know you'll be speaking in public comment, Felix. But since you're a stickler for procedure, that's our procedure.
Well, that's why I'm talking, because I'm a stickler for procedure, because you're doing it wrong.
We have a difference of opinion. Mr. Rao will rule.
Raj, he's telling people how to vote. He's not a parliamentarian. He's supposed to be like a fly on the wall, and he advises people. He's not doing his
You're
job as
using up your time.
parliamentarian.
I'm sure you got other things you want to talk about.
That's it. That's the end of it. Aren't you happy about that? Raj's not doing his job. He violated the rules by talking to Dorothy Gooseby. He should not be doing that as a parliamentarian. He's supposed to be like a fly on the wall. I read the rules. Trust me on this. It's a great idea. Follow the rules.
Valerie Lamb.
Valerie Lamp Baldwin. I'm here to speak about item 32 and 33. Is that the section where Alex Vassallo's raise or salary is involved and you guys are going to vote on?
I believe that's an item 33.
33. Okay. Anyway, I don't know if he's here tonight. Alex, here? Alex? Hi, Alex. Hi. I'm really just here to give kind of a raving fan testimonial, and I'm glad to see that he is, in fact, up for some just deserves. You know, in the past year and change, I've gotten more involved in local government, and I have reached out to probably almost all of your offices and more, including, you know, town attorney's office, et cetera, the clerk's office. Hi, Sylvia. And anyway, I just want to commend this young man, because I feel that a lot of times, you know, people come and they complain and there's grievances, and they're obviously entitled to do that too. But not too often do we really recognize just the staff and the administrative people that also help the town run. And Alex is always professional, and he's always responsive, very responsive. And he's also very respectful, and I think that he works hard. He also has called me after hours, and he also dresses really well. So I'm just voting, you know, I just want to say that, and I think he really deserves the recognition. So I hope you guys do vote for that raise, and hey, double it. You know, I'm in a generous mood tonight, so I'm in a great mood, so double it.
Ms. Lamp, I just want to thank you for your kind remarks. And can you confirm we did not organize this ahead of time?
Definitely not, but I would say it also for other people if they were up for their raise.
I appreciate that. Thanks.
And sorry, Alex, we're not doubling it.
Don't let it get to your head.
I have Nancy Giris. It's not clear if you wanted to speak in public comment or on the administrative calendar. Okay, please come up.
31.
Oh, 31. All right. 31. So you, okay. And Stuart Kroll? Okay. Is there anybody else who'd like to be heard on the administrative calendar?
Happy New Year, everyone. Pearl Jacobs, Uniondale, speaking for Nostrand Garden Civic Association. Item 8, the resolution authorizing special assessment for professional services, unsafe one-family dwellings. The last time I was here, I spoke about a one-family dwelling on 625 Uniondale Avenue that has been there for years in a very extremely deteriorated condition, unsafe. The surrounding neighbors were telling me about bricks falling off the chimneys. So I spoke about it several times. They did come. The town put a fence, but it's an unsecure fence. There's a large gap in the fence where kids can still get through that gap. And but I'm advocating and asking that it's been there for years, and that needs to be demolished. I do understand that a church has purchased that property. Irregardless, whether it's a church or a developer or whoever it is, it's unsafe. It's not good for the community. It's not a good look. It's a terrible look, and it's definitely an unsafe situation. I'm asking, and I received a lot of calls from residents in the community about this same property, and we are asking for this to be demolished. 625 Uniondale Avenue. And I do have a long text message today with one of my colleagues in Uniondale speaking about the excessive complaints regarding code enforcement in Uniondale. 1,500, he's telling me, 1,500 open complaints. I'm not validating that. I'm not sure it's 1,500, but he was telling me that he has information that there are 1,500 open complaints in Uniondale regarding building code enforcements. That's a high and unacceptable number. 1,500 complaints. Can I ask how many code enforcement officers are assigned to Uniondale? Does anyone know?
Commissioner Rodkamp, are you here? He was here. I don't know where you. Ms. Jacobs, I will get that number. Oh, it always come.
One is the answer.
Where are you sending these complaints? The senior councilwoman would like to know.
I'm hearing that there are 1,500 open complaints. I probably through the helpline. I do with my complaints. I call them directly to code enforcement. So, okay.
Mr. Rodkamp, Ms. Jacobs was asking how many code enforcement inspectors are assigned to Uniondale, and she's asking. She said she doesn't know. She's heard there are 1,500 open complaints. With respect to Uniondale, could you look into that for her?
Absolutely. We have one code enforcement officer that is assigned to Uniondale, but what we also do is we do sweeps through Uniondale, where we'll go up all the main thoroughfares to make sure that they're in code compliance. And as far as the amount of complaints, that just means 1,500 people in say, the last year called up and said there was a complaint. That doesn't mean that we're not addressing them. They are being addressed.
Well, I beg to differ, Commissioner, because I get calls, several times a week regarding code complaints that are unresolved. They have been unresolved for many, many, many months, sometimes a year or so. And I do not want to hash that out here. If we can get together with a meeting. I have a long email today from one of my colleagues in Uniondale who's very, very concerned about this as well. He's another volunteer advocate in Uniondale, so we would like to convene a meeting if possible.
You know what? I would like to do what we were doing in Uniondale. We didn't have this problem. I asked that all the complaints be sent to my office so that we can handle them. You changed that. You're doing it yourself. I'm not seeing these complaints that you're speaking of. Some I see
Senior
myself.
Councilwoman Gooseby.
So would you please do what we're doing? Have them sent to my
I was
office and
told
we'll
to
take
send it
care
to
of
the
it.
helpline, okay?
No, I'm just asking you if you would kindly send them to my office where they were sent before.
We'll replicate it and we'll send it to you as well, but I'm still asking for a meeting, Commissioner.
We'll work with you, Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you,
Can I say
Supervisor
something in
Gilman.
that regard? I can only tell you from my experience when, and I'm just echoing what Councilwoman Gooseby said, when someone calls my office about a town violation, we get on it right away, as I know Senior Councilwoman Gooseby does. Our building department goes out that day or the very next day, and I've had some very serious problems in my district that our building inspectors have really been very good at that, as well as my executive assistant. We had a terrible situation in Inwood, and we also had another terrible situation in Cedarhurst, and we were able to really help the people and eradicate that. So, I think our building inspectors, if they know, they go out and do it. And usually the proper way is to notify your member of this town board, and their staff will get on it and they'll open up a file.
We have done that in the past, and if she wants us to resume doing that, we will. And just with all due respect, Councilwoman Blakeman, Uniondale is not Cedarhurst or Inwood, okay? We do not get the same response. At least in the past, we haven't. That's why things have been allowed to escalate in Uniondale to the point where we probably do have 1,500 unresolved issues.
I have no idea what that means. I know Senior Councilwoman Gooseby and I meet and talk, and I don't know anybody who fights harder for her community.
You can come out and
than
Senior
Senior
Council, you can
Councilwoman
come out
Gooseby.
and I can drive you through the community and show you the unresolved issues. A picture's worth 1,000 words.
Yeah, well, sometimes the law doesn't allow us. Sometimes the courts are slow. All I can tell you is I know that our building department, when they get a complaint like that, they go out right away and address it. And they open a file.
I must say that recently I have been getting a lot of feedback, a lot of, assistance with the issues in Uniondale. I have been. Okay, I think the last time I was here, I spoke about John Lipinski. He's really good, and he's been very, very receptive, but we still have a lot of unresolved issues, and we do need a meeting, and I will definitely send you the unresolved issues. Senior Councilwoman Gooseby.
Okay, thank you very much, because if you do that, I know, I keep a record, as you know, and I would know exactly what has not been served. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to be heard on the administrative calendar?
Patty Harris from Uniondale. There's been numerous complaints about a specific location in Uniondale.
Are you talking about anything that's
Yes,
on the
I am.
administrative
I'm talking
calendar?
about because you just said that, Councilman Blakeman, you just said that Senior Councilwoman is a hard-working lady that's a councilwoman for representing Uniondale. We have not seen her in Uniondale in months.
Okay, we're talking about the administrative calendar right now. So if there's something on the administrative calendar that you'd like to address, one of these items, you can offer other comments at another time.
That house that Ms. Jacobs was talking about, that house has been there for I'm 53 years old. That house has been there longer than I have been in Uniondale. And the person that used to have that house, she was killed. That house been sitting there since she's been killed. Nobody has not picked up their construction worker has not come there to knock that house down yet, and they keep telling us they're going to do something. There's a big gap with the fake fence that is being held there. I just want to say one thing. It's being held. It's being held there like sandbags. That's dangerous.
We will definitely.
But when you go to Garden City, when you go to Merrick, when you go to other locations that are a little more established than Uniondale, it's okay to say you want to tear their buildings down to get it out of the way so you won't see it anymore. Why Uniondale's getting less?
I will definitely send someone out to look at this building. Is there anyone else who'd like to be heard on the administrative calendar?
Okay.
Good evening, Diane Madden, East Meadow. I would also like to shout out to Alex within your office, Councilwoman Sweeney, on my own. He truly is incredible. I mean, every employee should be as diligent. It's interesting because Dick Watkins was just here from Open Nassau, a very well-known and respected site, and he on his own had mentioned that before he even knew Alex was up for this consideration. So he's done an outstanding job, and it's so it really feels good when you use taxpayer money for such good purpose. So I just wanted to say that. Also, before I forget, these little notes Valerie Lamp forgot to pass along. So she also mentioned if you could all read them shortly. She wanted to make sure that's done. So is there someone can pick them up? And all right, thank you. Good evening.
Okay, is there anybody else who wants to be heard on the administrative calendar only? That's all we're doing right now.
Good evening, everyone.
To record this, and I want you to make sure you record it. One of the purposes of having councilmember districts is for each individual to have his or her district and take care of it. I have done that. I will continue to do that. If they don't see me in Uniondale, because I don't see them when I'm there. I don't see them when I got hurt in Uniondale. They haven't seen a lot of things. But the reason I'm saying this is because I am so tired of people making comments and they're not true. What happened is, remember, Supervisor, you allowed her to come and have a meeting with you. When they asked for meetings with you, you did. You assigned 2 people to them to come to their meeting. And those people are the ones who were responsible for taking whatever they found wrong. I never got any of that. I've always taken care of Uniondale. I take care of everything that's there because people do let me know. But I don't get that anymore because you have people assigned to that area which you assigned. And they took over those responsibilities. I have told everyone and other people as well from other units will call me if they have a problem, and I certainly will give it to that particular council person. I think it's really very, very, I don't even know what to say about a person who comes and tell those type of fibs because they're not taking care of it. If someone had said there are 1,500 complaints in an area, why didn't you turn them in? Let them come. Whoever this person is, bring him here and let him say it. Now, that's what I have to say, and if I have to go someplace with it, you have that recorded. Thank you.
All right, Dave Hanson, P.O. Box 7645, Garden City, New York. I remember this home here, number 8. I remember something was passed by this board about abandoned home, and the building department is supposed to be sending notice to the bank or the owner in 90 days. They should do something with them. Could you tell me where you guys are at with that and who is doing the what?
I'm sorry, I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about.
There was a law passed here about abandoned home in the town of Hempstead, that if the house is abandoned, the town should notify the bank or the owner. And if it's there, they should do something with them. Could you tell me where you're at with that? Because this home should be demolished.
All right, what item on the administrative calendar are you talking about? Number 8. Mr. Rotkamp?
Number 8. You know, I really,
number 8, it puts assessment on homes for work that we've done at the homes. That's what happens with number 8.
I really think that we should actually suspend all of you guys' salary. I don't think that you guys are doing a good job for the town. I called your office on several occasions. I spoke to Mitch about what's going on here in the town, and I really think that you guys don't deserve the salary.
Mr. Hanson, can I ask you a question? We're talking about the administrative calendar, number 8, correct? That's what we're right now. We're speaking on the administrative calendar. Okay, so calendar item number 8 is authorizing special assessment for professional services rendered in regard to unsafe one-family dwellings in Baldwin, Garden City South, Merrick, Roosevelt, in the Department of Buildings, and this is to authorize Cash and Associates to assess these homes to see if they need to be torn down. Okay, so what's the question?
So basically, we're doing what we said we were going to do.
Since you have such a big mouth, you should make sure those buildings is tear down and not putting the public safety at risk.
Well, I think that's what we're doing.
I think you guys are violating the civil rights of the people in Uniondale and the constitutional right. I really think so.
Uniondale is not even in that item.
You guys continue. I'm going to personally let the U.S. Marshals.
All right, I'll see you in court. Okay.
Okay? Because you have a big mouth. And I was in Kentucky watching all along all this, and I'm so fed up with Hempstead. I'm going to move. I was talking to Mike Pence and them. I'm going to move a law to take over the village and the town with the state because I'm so fed up with you guys. It's sickening to see what you guys are doing here. All these appointed jobs you're giving out and taxes so high here. Look at Kentucky. Cost of living is low, salaries high. You guys must do something, and believe me, I got the public behind me. I got Facebook Live now. Thanks to Mark Zuckerberg. We're doing a lot of damage. You guys
Thank
are
you,
back.
Mr. Hanson.
And you
Thank
guys,
you.
believe me, I'm going to nail
Thank you
everyone
very
that
much.
do their job. Believe me. I told Gooseby the last time that Uniondale looked like her face, and
All
it's
right.
worse now. Believe me. It's worse.
Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll, call a vote on items number 7 through 42, excluding. This is the administrative calendar.
This is it.
Slip for you. You already spoke on the administrative calendar.
Supervisor.
Okay. Good evening. If you could just state your name and address for the record.
My name is Walker, and I live in West Hempstead. My issue is item 30. The state adopting Town of Hempstead policy against discrimination. Can you define that? Is that discrimination for the town employees or outside the town?
It's for within the town of Hempstead. So it's a just anti-discrimination policy to protect people who work here.
Okay, all right. There's an issue with harassment. There's a certain employees that figure they just own the town of Hempstead, and they figure they can break the code enforcement. Then they cry they're being harassed because they don't allow the code enforcement officer going to their house, checking out complaints. So does that cover them?
It's hard to address that hypothetical situation without specific facts. If you have some specific facts that, or if whoever you're talking about has specific facts, I would encourage you to report them to our town attorney's office or to somebody else within the town of Hempstead.
I would do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, it is on the administrative calendar. I've been here long enough to know what I need to talk about, when I need to talk about it. If somebody needs to give me a slip so I can fill it out specifically, I will do the same. It would have been unfortunate for me to list 29 and 31, since during the meeting, even though this was the administrative calendar that was put out prior to the meeting to give people a heads up as to what would be discussed during the meeting, that you now took off 29 and 31. So it just seems sometimes it's a little disingenuous to put out a calendar and ahead of time if you've got backroom deals that are going to be addressed and discussed during the public setting of the meeting. So let me at first say that part. I concur with all those who spoke very highly about Alex Vasallo, because I too have been very encouraged by his support, his follow-up, and his activities. So again, I want to start out 2019 at least on a positive note, and then let's get down to the basics here. With regard to item 32, I know it was stated that this is something that's kind of ongoing, but unfortunately, and again, because we had high hopes with a new leadership coming into this administration, that unfortunately some of the same old tactics are being replicated, but sometimes these things can always wash out during an election cycle. We will see how that works. I have questions on the additional items since I now have the 3 minutes, which I don't quite understand how we changed from 5 minutes to 3, but that's a whole nother issue when we say we have to make things in compliance all of a sudden, and then we change. On the emergency items 40, 41, and 42, what's the actual location for this, and why wasn't this put on the calendar in a timely fashion for those of us who don't get the access to the information when you get it, to be able to come up with some rational details with regard to this?
The Association of Towns has a meeting in February, and there was not enough time between this calendar. There was not enough time to put it on the next calendar and still do the registration for the senior councilwoman. And so that's why it had to go onto this calendar, and that's why they were handed up.
So the Association of Towns, which represents leadership for townships, do not plan their meetings within a 3-month, 6-month period? I mean, doesn't that make it costly for reservations for hotels? And no one has still told me the location of the meeting.
It's in Manhattan.
What I'm saying to you is, I believe the information for the annual meeting got to us late, and there was not enough time to put it on to the next meeting and also then make the reservations. So it had to be a hand up on this calendar.
And we're actually authorizing it in advance. I think last year we might have authorized it retroactively, so we're moving in the right direction.
Okay. I got my question answered as to regard to number 8, so I do thank Commissioner Rotkamp's office for giving me that information heads up. I had made a suggestion last year with regard to a number of these contracts, so that people, those of us who are here on a regular basis, including a Diane Madden, who I still don't understand why it had to be politicized in terms of her trying to incorporate her life's work into the animal shelter, that these contracts that we're giving out for these other various consulting services that don't seem to render much in terms of savings or support, that we list if these contracts, for example, at Cash and Associates or C&M Doors, if they are a minority business, a woman-owned business, or a veteran-owned business, so at least to give me some type of hope that we are going in some diverse and inclusive relationships so that we can possibly get away from the ongoing litigation that seems to impact the town and the county.
Is that something we can do, Mr. Raw?
We can look into that for, okay?
I'm sorry?
We'll look into
We
if
will
we
look
can do that for you.
Okay. Thank you, and I'll have my additional comments during public comment. Thank you.
Okay, I believe that concludes comment on the administrative calendar. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll for a vote on items 7 through 42, which also excludes item 29 and 31.
Councilman Ambrosino. Councilman Blakeman. Councilman Diaz-Bazito.
I am voting aye, and I just want to comment on item number 19, which is the resolution declaring the need to establish an advanced life support service for the town of Hempstead. I just want to say a quick thank you to Dr. Dave Newbert, who is the town of Hempstead medical director, who is here. Also, Chief Jared Siegelman, who's here from the Point Lookout Lido Fire Department, and the town board members who have supported this. For those of you who don't know what it does, this will establish the town of Hempstead as an advanced life support agency. That means that anybody who is on our beaches, in our parks, or anywhere in the town of Hempstead, if we as an EMS agency is able to provide care there, it will be advanced life support. And it also allows us to do better work with the neighboring fire departments and actually continue care from the beaches and the parks right to the hospital on various ambulances. So I just wanted to say thank you to Dr. Newbert and those members from the Point Lookout Lido Fire Department and everybody that's in our EMS agency in the town of Hempstead. Thank you very much. I vote aye.
Councilman Dunn.
Yeah, if we could just take off on it. Dr. Newberg, would you stand up and be recognized? I understand. Thank you, and God bless you for what you're doing for us. I vote aye.
Councilwoman King Sweeney.
I also want to thank Doc. You've done tremendous work on this project and many others throughout the town, really cutting edge. And I also just want to mention item number 30. I'm particularly proud of the town of Hempstead for passing this expanded discrimination, harassment, and sexual harassment policy to include people that it hasn't in the past. So I think it's a good day for the town of Hempstead and its residents.
Senior Councilwoman Gooseby.
I'd also like to thank Councilman Diaz-Bazito and Councilwoman Sweeney for spearheading this. I am very, very proud that the town of Hempstead is participating in this type of program. And I certainly thank you, Doctor, for all that you do to help us. And we're going to be on the cutting edge of all that we need for the town here. So thank you so very much for all of that. And I thank my colleagues for working together on this one. I vote yes.
Supervisor Gillen.
I would like to join in the love fest for Dr. Dave and say thank you very much for all the good work that you do for the town of Hempstead. When we had needles washing up on our shores, you were right there leading the charge to make sure our residents and our workers were safe. So thank you very much for all the good work that you and all of our EMTs do for the town of Hempstead. I'd also like to thank Councilwoman Erin King Sweeney for working with me on the sexual harassment update and policy. I'm very proud that we've modernized it in the town of Hempstead, and I vote aye. A motion to adjourn. Madam Clerk?
Councilman Ambrosino. Aye. Councilman Blakeman. Aye. Councilman Diaz-Bazito. Aye. Councilman Dunn. Aye. Councilwoman King Sweeney. Aye. Senior Councilwoman Gooseby. Aye. Supervisor Gillen.
Aye. That concludes the formal portion of our town board meeting. We will now move into public comment. Julia Ferrining. Or I'm sorry, Julie Ferrigno. Sorry, for Ferrigno.
first. Hello.
If you just state your name and your address for the record.
My name is Julie Ferrigno. I live at 48 Butler Street in Westbury, and I'm here to talk about Resolution 31, even though it's been tabled, which I don't really know what that means as far as...
It means they're not voting on it today. It may come back some other day.
It may come back some other day when we're all not here. Do we know?
Perhaps.
I apologize. I just wrote this today. It's a little all over the place, but I'll do my best. Okay. I'm a volunteer at the Town of Hempstead Animal Shelter. I've been a volunteer. You can't hear me? Can you hear me now? Okay. I'm a volunteer at the Town of Hempstead Animal Shelter. I've been a volunteer for the past 5 years. That's 3 administrations and 2 shelter directors. During that time, I've seen a lot of positive changes across the board. What I do, I walk dogs. I was a kennel guide. I do dog events, and I've done some mentoring. Since about 1.5 years ago, our volunteer program exploded. So now we have so many volunteers walking dogs, and it's really great. Okay. So another thing I did about 3 years ago is I started a page called Sponsor a Shelter Pet, where I had outreach to, I'm just going to read this. Oh, I'm bringing this up because you use the term sponsor in Resolution 31. I don't know if everyone really knows what sponsoring is when you sponsor a dog. And 3 years ago, I started this page called Sponsor a Shelter Pet, and that was to increase the outreach for people to see our dogs, because people are getting tired of seeing me posting dogs all the time. So it really took off. People stepped up and they started pages for dogs. So, a Spot Needs a Home had its own page. And right now we have over 50 pages for dogs at the Town of Hempstead Animal Shelter. We've had great outreach across the country. As a result, we've reached people, and we've had adopters in Oregon, Ohio, Seattle, Tennessee, Maine, Massachusetts, and neighboring states like Connecticut and New Jersey, also upstate. We've had a lot of adoptions. The first dog to get adopted through a sponsor page was Polar, and she was in our shelter for about 2 years. She was a deaf dog, and her sponsor was Anne Marie Bonomo. I believe you know the Bonomo kids who do all the animal pictures. She was here at one meeting. And she's the only sponsor that I asked if I could mention her name, so I'm mentioning her name, and she's just incredible. So we've had all this great work. We've also forged some new rescue relationships, which is fantastic. And we have sponsors that are they work tirelessly managing pages, creating pages to get our dogs noticed, and they do it for free. So when you combine all this great work, the volunteers...
Ms. Frango, your time is up, so I'm going to ask you to just try to wrap up your comments.
Oh, okay. So all this great work that everyone's doing, we're in a really good place right now. Adoptions are increasing. Our adoption team is fantastic. They're like a matchmaking service. Throughout this whole time, the 5 years that I've been volunteering, there's been one constant, and it's been this dark cloud that's been following the shelter throughout everything we do and discrediting everything we say. Dark cloud twists words and situations. She calls the staff unqualified and phonies. She calls volunteers narcissists and bullies, and that we're there just for selfies, which is ridiculous. And she basically creates a hostile environment for all of us. And Councilman D'Esposito said that we don't need to like her personality, but if you're going to get dogs rescued, you need to deal with people. So I don't understand why you're offering...
Councilwoman Gooseby wants to know who you're talking about.
I'm talking about the person you want to give a job to in Resolution 31. So we all know who that is, right?
Okay, thank you for your
Diane
comments.
Madden. We're talking about Diane Madden. That you want to
Thank you for
pay
your
her.
comments. I'm sorry, your time is up. Okay. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I just want to know that I oppose Resolution 31. Thank you.
Michelle Keller.
Michelle Keller, and I'd prefer not to say where I live, but it's Long Island for the record. I'm actually speaking on behalf tonight. I'm going to save my comments, but on behalf of Tia Daniel, who cannot be here tonight. So this is what she wanted to be read into the record. Good evening, board members. It is encouraging to learn Ms. Diane Madden may be hired by the town as a consultant. I had the privilege to meet Diane due to unfortunate circumstances, but nonetheless, I am grateful to have. I met Ms. Madden while working in a law firm as a paralegal. The firm I worked in represented her and 2 other individuals in a case against TOH. I handled the entire discovery for that matter, which plaintiffs won. Out of the plaintiffs, Diane never wanted to accept a judgment against the defendants. She preferred to go to trial so that every detail of the case would be exposed in court. She later agreed, as Kate Murray implemented nearly every settlement demand, including a volunteer and foster care program, along with the agreement to hire an accredited trainer, progressive director, and team of true animal lovers with backgrounds to support a humane shelter. This case, after all my years of experience, not only kept me up at night, but forever will be etched in my mind. I discovered countless receipts for expenses Diane personally covered to pay for the boarding of dogs slated to be killed, total to tens of thousands of dollars. And the worst part of all is that during her 10 years of rescue and up against a system not aligned to care for animals, she did this with little or no support. Further, Diane Madden had absolutely no authority, desire, or input to the town regarding any animal being euthanized. To say the least, that lawsuit was emotionally one of the hardest cases I worked on due to all the overwhelming evidence plaintiffs provided, thousands and thousands of documents and photos regarding the abuse, mismanagement, and killing that was occurring at the Town of Hempstead Animal Shelter. It was not only the plaintiffs and animals being abused, certain employees who were not willing to participate in the abusive behavior suffered. I could not fathom how all the victims were able to continue their services in such horrific conditions. However, Diane Madden never gave up. Despite the hundreds of thousands of dollars she has spent out of her own pocket over the years that I am aware of to advocate, rescue, research, or attempt to make positive changes in the TOH, TOHAS, and or Nassau County. Despite the broken promises, lies, and constantly battling against the abuse, both toward herself and the animals, she has never given up. Ms. Madden is honest, loyal, experienced, informed, and well aware of what needs to be done to make the positive changes needed in TOH and TOHAS. I truly believe Ms. Madden deserves a position with the town, and as a Nassau County resident and taxpayer for over 26 years, I would be ecstatic to know positive changes would be coming quicker than ever. I urge the board to pass this resolution, as not only is this money well spent, not only are you getting the best bargain in the use of tax dollars, but these votes send a clear message to your residents and taxpayers that indeed the Hempstead Shelter is back on track and willing to move forward.
Can you please
So
wrap
many,
up your
yes, I
comments?
am. So many animal lovers who voted for Laura Gillen, including myself, based on her campaign promises, are hopeful that finally the town supervisor will keep her word. Sincerely, Tia Daniel.
Valerie Lamb.
Valerie Lamb Baldwin. Good evening, Supervisor Gillen and board members. My apologies for not being able to attend this crucial meeting, but unfortunately, I had a conflict that could not be rescheduled. Not to be present for what I hope to be the passage of a resolution that actually has the best interests of the shelter animals at heart is so disappointing for me, as I sat through far too many board meetings over the years where I heard many excuses and not enough solutions. This resolution, however, is altogether different. This resolution to enter into a contract with Diane Madden for the purpose of, among other tasks, reestablishing long-abandoned rescue relationships and making policy recommendations to improve the lives of the shelter animals is a huge step in the right direction and something I previously and strongly recommended without delay numerous times in private meetings with Supervisor Gillen immediately following her election and in the months following. Diane has been my client, colleague in animal welfare efforts, and friend since 2010. I can personally attest to the fact that her mission and record remain exemplary, and her experience and reputation in the field has only grown more extensive and glowing. She has overcome wrongful, vicious attacks, yet remained focused, determined, and resilient, which serves as an inspiration to us all. My sincere hope is that the board will pass this resolution and, importantly, will also provide Diane with the continued support necessary to be successful. She will require ongoing and frequent cooperation from elected officials and especially the liaison chosen to assist. Without that authority, this contract, excuse me, will surely be unsuccessful. To that end, I would also like to express my displeasure and frustration at the fact that certain volunteers, and in violation of the town's own code of conduct, continue to disseminate written statements once again about Diane that are not only proven wrongful and libelous, but threatening to her personal safety. This is clearly not the type of conduct that should be tolerated by the board or the shelter administration. I would expect that it will be dealt with swiftly and decisively. Passing this resolution will be one step in doing just that. In the prideful words of Smithtown Supervisor Ed Werheim, referring to Diane's ongoing shelter reform advisory work at the Smithtown shelter, Diane Madden is our champion. I will take that a step further. She has been and continues to be a champion to the Hempstead animals through her efforts to improve their lives. There is not a single board member who has not witnessed Diane's resolve, determination, and unwavering commitment to these animals, including Laura Gillen, along with the entire Democratic Party, who she previously and rigorously supported. I will continue to follow closely everything as it unfolds and look forward to seeing how Hempstead's homeless animals ultimately benefit in this case especially. This is Liz Stein, animal welfare attorney, and her written statement will be forwarded to the board.
Miss Lamp, I have a question for you. You handed the board something before. I have no idea what it is.
This is a copy of a memo which Supervisor Gillen, when I asked her with reference to call, if you called, Laura, anyone's employer ever, and actually asked to have one of their employees silenced, and you denied it. You said that what I was saying was false, and I am now printing out, this memo has been circulated on social media, and I have provided all the board members, in addition to the town attorney, a copy of it. They name you, unless the law firm is lying, or unless Ms. Radafshar wrote this herself and signed it herself, which I really doubt. The town of Hempstead Supervisor Laura Gillen, it's the fourth bullet point that I'm reading, has reached out to the firm regarding certain disparaging remarks that you have directed.
Can we take a pause for 1 second?
Sure.
Mr. Rye, this involves a private matter with Bonnie.
Does this have anything to do with Diane Madden?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that Bonnie is okay.
No, this is public comment. I gave this to you guys because
I
know.
know. I know she's here. I see her here, and I just don't want to put her in an uncomfortable spot.
100%. I understand.
Okay.
I just wanted you guys to have what's already out there in a public forum. Thank you.
I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry. I just didn't want her to. Okay.
No, it's fine. I had a lot to read in a short. I think so. This was a memo that is available also online, but ultimately what this states is what the supervisor originally would not answer. After several meetings, she decided to say that she never did this, that she never reached out to anyone's employer and called to specifically have a constituent, a taxpayer, and a former supporter, by the way, who stood with her on these stairs at Town Hall and went to her fundraiser and cut her $75 check.
I'll respond to your allegations in another fashion. Thank you so much.
Threatened her livelihood.
Barbara Trevelades.
My name is Barbara Jean Trevelades. I'm a retired New York City Police Department detective for 26 years. And I'm also a volunteer at the Town of Hempstead Animal Shelter, where I spend about 20 hours a week, every week, walking dogs, mentoring, and caring for the animals, because that's what I do.
Thank you, and thank you to all the volunteers who are here today. You really do a great service to our town.
Thank you for acknowledging that. We appreciate it. I'm also a longtime Town of Hempstead resident and a taxpayer. I'm writing to vehemently oppose the contract proposed by Resolution 31 and recommend that you vote no on Resolution 31 set for vote at the Hempstead Town Board meeting tonight, which has been tabled, unfortunately. The resolution, as you know, is authorizing a contract for personal services between the Town of Hempstead and Diane Madden, providing for consulting services in connection with animal rescue coordination. These proposed contracted services can and are already being provided by experienced, highly regarded, well-qualified shelter employees. This contract would duplicate services and create an additional unnecessary burden on the taxpayers of Town of Hempstead. In addition, the proposed services of creating compelling stories about the animal shelter animals is already being done for free by so many real animal lovers, animal welfare advocates, that their stories are far-reaching. We get people contacting us from Sweden about these dogs because they read our stories and they're so touched by it. In addition, the candidate lacks any credible qualifications, education, or professional experience to support awarding her a position or contract affiliated with the animal shelter. This resolution is nothing more than political patronage and an insult to the town taxpayers and all true animal welfare advocates. I strongly urge you to vote no on Resolution 31. And I'm asking, I had made a copy of my letter available. I'm asking that this letter be made an official part of the record of the town board meeting for this evening, and I appreciate your time.
Supervisor, I would like to address the remarks that have been made before us to clear things up and be completely transparent about the process. First of all, thank you for your service as a detective in NYPD. We appreciate that.
It was my pleasure.
The first that I knew about this contract was about a little over a week ago.
That's a shame.
And since that time, it has come to my attention and other members of this board that this was going to be a very controversial situation. So when we found out about that, we decided, some of us, that we thought that this matter should be put over, that we should look into it more deeply. There are no shenanigans here. We're not trying to pull a fast one. We're not trying to do anything other than our due diligence on this, because quite frankly, it is unusual when we have a contract that a council member receives 79 emails and numerous phone calls.
Well, I thought it was much more than that. I'm sure you've missed quite a few.
Okay, well, those were just the ones that I saw. So the point I'm trying to make is, look, I have no doubt that Diane Madden's heart is into the animals. I think that you all and her group probably have a difference of opinion on how to make it a better animal shelter and how to do things. But the fact of the matter that this is so controversial, for me, I wanted to put the brakes on it. That's why I voted to table it and look into the matters a little more surrounding the position, the necessity, and whether or not this is a good hire, considering that it'll be controversial. It's not in any way, shape, or form shenanigans, and it's not an indictment of Diane Madden. And I'm just keeping an open mind, and that's why I voted to table it. The other council members have their own reasons. That was my reason.
I do understand completely, and I do appreciate you taking the time to thoroughly investigate this. It needs to be investigated.
I'd like you to know, I received mine even later than you. I did not know anything about this until Friday.
That's terrible. That's when we found it out.
I'd like to also add that this resolution was not even on the original
finish,
draft
please?
calendar.
May I finish, please?
It was not on the original draft agenda. It came on after that.
That's a shame. That's terrible.
You chairing the meeting, that was incorrect. Go ahead. Thank you. I did not know about this until Friday. I know Diane Madden. I know she cares about our animals and so forth, just as these ladies and men do. But I need to look into it. I really always like to look into whatever's coming before me so I'll know what I'm doing. So I thank Joe for, I'm doing too many things up here tonight. But I wanted to thank Joe. I am tabling it. I voted to table because I want to make sure that we're doing the right thing.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Bill Nussbaum. Bill Nussbaum.
Bill Nussbaum, Huntington. I just want to say that duplicating the efforts of the staff and the volunteers, I don't think it's necessary. In December alone, you had 74 animals adopted, 89 went to rescue, 24 were reunited with their owners, 187 good decisions and good progress from the shelter. To duplicate that for an additional taxpayer's burden doesn't make sense. If the lady still wants a job, maybe she could take a position reaching out to the community in some sort of educational program to prevent these heavy numbers and intake at the shelter. Maybe she could go out and explain about being a responsible pet owner, spay and neuter, keeping your dog in your yard, your cat in your yard, whatever. And maybe this number 187 could be cut in half if she would like to go out and take that responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nussbaum. Regina Dafter? Regina from Wantagh.
Hello, everybody. I'm Regina Datner. I live in Wantagh. I've been a volunteer at the shelter for 5 years, and I love what I do. I love the animals and all, and I personally want to ask if you would reconsider this 31. I think the money should go to something a little bit more important, like the dogs, as far as maybe hiring a part-time medical vet that they need once the doctor goes home, in case dogs are coming in or cats are coming in. That's all I wanted to say. I really enjoy what I do, and we're here as a volunteer, Team Purple, to fight for this here, and we stick together, and it's all about the dogs and the cats, that's all.
Thank you, and thank you again for volunteering. Richard Watkins. Jason Martin.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Jason Martin. My wife is an ACO at the town of the Wantagh Animal Shelter. And basically, unfortunately, this has nothing to do with the welfare of animals. They're all well taken care of. They're all paid for by tax dollars. There are rescues, volunteers, which you've seen. Would you guys stand up? How many volunteers in the building that do this for nothing? For free. For free. This is an issue of money. This is an issue of tax dollars. You want to take $9,000 in tax dollars and hand it to a woman. I don't care who she is. I don't know who she is. But the money comes out of my pocket. To go for what? What I'm already paying. I'm already paying the salary of these people to do what this woman wants to do. Let her get a job with the town of Hempstead. Let her apply for a job. Let her work part-time, 5, 10, 15 years. Let her try to get full-time. I've worked for the town of Hempstead. I know how it works. But my tax dollars are being taken and hand it away for nothing. It doesn't make any sense. For what? Because she loves animals? I love animals. I've adopted 3 from the town of Hempstead Animal Shelter. Where's my tax subsidy? Cut me $100 to $200 less in taxes a year for the burden that I've taken from the taxpayer. Anyone in here that's adopted a dog from the town of Hempstead has eased the taxpayer burden. It's simple math. But to hand out $9,000 to a woman who wants to help network what these people do for free.
Excuse me.
It doesn't make any sense.
Michelle, if you could stop the clock for a minute. Maybe whoever sponsored this contract could speak to, explain to this gentleman why you think it's necessary. I don't know who that is.
Is it necessary because the town is not doing their job? Is the town of Hempstead Animal Shelter not meeting some kind of quota?
I'm speaking. Absolutely not. I think that the volunteers do a great job. And I've said that before. I've met with the volunteers. And just so it's clear, this wasn't something that was decided by 2 council people. This was discussed by staff, by others. And this wasn't an issue of volunteers not doing the right thing. And for anybody else that was involved, if I'm speaking for you and disagree, you're more than welcome to speak up.
If we can cut this short, the only answer as a taxpayer that
Okay, but you asked.
I just want a reason. How is the shelter failing that more money needs to be sent?
We don't think that the shelter is failing. I think the idea was that if there's another opportunity for other rescues that aren't doing work with the shelter, that we would be able to entertain those and possibly get more dogs and cats out the door.
You would want to buy the assistance of a rescue that doesn't want to work with you. When you have volunteers and you have rescues that work with you at no cost to all of us, the residents.
I'm not downplaying the work of the volunteers or the staff at the shelter. I think that they do a great job. I think that this was, and that's why the proposed contract was so short, because we wanted to see if there was other options. And you know what, if there's disagreement, we have the right to disagree with one another. The thought process behind the people who sat around the table was simply that if there's more than one way to get dogs and cats out the door, then let's try it.
Well, why not do it at no extra cost to what services we already pay for?
Well, I think we already do that, and I think that all this was an attempt to enhance it.
So why
That's all.
not enhance it for free?
Well,
It's really not hard.
I think that we have done our part to enhance it for free. I mean, the town. Yeah, I see your point, but I think that the town board, most of us have done our part to try to enhance it with the people that are already there. Just by example, raising the budget to promote animals in the shelter. That's money that we added to the budget so that volunteers and staff at the shelter could do their job. So I think that this is being attacked in more ways. It's not that we're taking resources away or thinking that they're not doing their job. I think the volunteers do a great job. I think the staff does a great job. I've met with a lot of them here.
Volunteers. I'm talking about the rescues who come in and help the town for free.
Understood.
You're saying you've reached a point where there is no other rescue organization that can be reached without finance. Without money, without a person to sit in front of a computer.
What was explained to us by people who have dealt with animal rescues, I don't run an animal rescue, so I don't have all the details and all the information. The answer was, and this was a discussion with people that actually worked at the shelter, including the management, and their statement was that there are rescues that would be able to now start working with the town if this was a possibility, and that's the chance that we were willing to take.
The appropriation of funds that would go to this woman at $3,000 a month for 3 months, her responsibility would be to what? Funnel that money to rescue groups? Is that the idea?
I don't think there was any involvement of funneling any money.
So then what is the idea of paying this woman to read?
I think the idea, I've already stated what the idea was. The idea was to enhance what it is that the shelter already does.
And already
Sir, I didn't dream this up. This.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm trying to get it clear in my head where $9,000 of taxpayer money benefits a job performance that is already done by taxpayer money plus the volunteers and free assistance. How does more money make it better?
Well, I think if there's more people trying to get dogs and cats adopted, then there should be more dogs and cats adopted.
So it's $9,000 paid to a single person to interest other groups? How does that work? How is this money going to be spent?
The money is not being spent on, the money is a fee that the person is charging.
Services.
Correct.
Okay, so what is the quota? What is the limit? Where is that presented to the public, to the taxpayer?
There was no quota.
So basically, she can take $9,000 if she gets 2 or 3 dogs out and one rescue group involved. We're good to go.
Well, I'm pretty confident that the shelter director, as well as people up here, if there was no action being done within the first few weeks, the contract would have been voided. And that was discussed with the town attorney's office.
Why does it have to cost us to do such a thing?
Sir, I understand that you disagree. I explained.
No, I don't disagree. If you were to tell me that for $9,000 out of my pocket, I don't have to watch people do the same job for nothing, and for $9,000 on top of what I'm already paying for. That's my problem.
Okay.
I'm already paying for the services that you're telling you want to pay an outside.
And I explained the basis of the decision that was not just made. It wasn't a decision that I dreamed up myself. It was something that was discussed by many people sitting around a table, including people that work and manage the shelter.
All right, sir, I'm sorry, your time is up, but you may have the opportunity to come back again. And I just want to be clear that those discussions did not include me. I'm not sure if they included you, Commissioner. Mr. Commissioner, did they include you?
Listen.
Commissioner Marino, were you included in those discussions?
Excuse me. I think just a minute. I think we're getting out of order. Some of the things that come to me that's belong in my district are not discussed with me before it goes on the calendar either. So let's just know that sometimes things happen that people do without consulting the other person. So let's let it go.
Can I try to bring this back to, you raise a lot of questions, as have others. They're all legitimate questions. That's why the matter is being tabled. We are not going to do anything in private. There'll be nothing. If it goes on, excuse me, sir, let me just, sir, let me finish. Let me just finish. If it should ever come on again, there will be public notice and you'll have an opportunity to be heard. The fact of the matter is, issues were raised, questions were raised, and that's why we're not voting tonight. So you raised issues and we heard you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Stephanie Capuano.
My name is Stephanie Capuano. I am in Wantua. I live in Wantua. And year after year, week after week, foil after foil, Diane Madden persevered. Her credentials speak for itself. Her past experience.
Please be respectful in the audience.
Her past experience and her current undertaking of shelter improvement. Tenacious, overcoming challenges, and her fortitude and compassion for animals unsurpass anybody I know. She hasn't worked just for 5 years. It's been very, very many years. I wholeheartedly stand behind Diane Madden, who will do what is right for the animals, and I am a big rescue person. I am a big rescue person for Nassau County, and I don't get thanked, but it's okay. I don't work for the town of Hempstead. I'm a volunteer as well. So I thank you in advance, and we will remember this day. This will not go unnoticed. Thanks. And I'm not saying anything about the shelter volunteers. I'm sure they all feel that they all have a hand in this. But I know, Diane, the salary is so little for the animals that will be taken out and into different rescue groups that aren't really allowed in right now. So it is nothing against any of these people. I don't want that. I want everybody to be happy to get the animals out and to move them. And Diane has the best expertise in this matter. She's already working with the shelter. She knows what to do. She knows how to do it. She has a lot of liaisons. And I really think that you guys should consider this that is so little in comparison to the amount of animals that are going to be moving. This girl even said there were so many pages and pages of animals that have to be up for adoption. So let's move them. Let's all work together. Let's put our differences aside. It's so little money to move all these animals. I don't understand. We want to do the right thing by the animals. I'm sure she's made improvements with the shelter over the years, and they really have come a long way. And I know that there's a lot more that can be done, and Diane Madden wants to do it. Please let her. I beg you. I beg this. I mean, I am begging. I'm sorry. She doesn't need that, but I am. And I thank you very much. I thank you in advance.
Thank you, Ms. Capuano. Christine Martin.
My name is Christine Martin. I'm a Town of Hempstead employee, animal control officer. See this face, because this face and my name is now going to be plastered and bashed all over Ms. Madden's Facebook pages, just as you are going to sit home and allow her to sit home and peg her to advocate for animals in her own sense. You will also be paying to advocate violence and lies and fabrications against our employees and our staff that in turn also hurt our adoptions and our animals. I have been at the shelter for over 16 years, from day one, before the days of Madden and now. I have seen the abuse, not from our staff, but from her. I have seen the records. I have held the animals that she authorized be killed with Regina Thorne. Myself and Madden approve euthanasia for this animal because it defecated in the front of its cage. Myself and Madden approve euthanasia because this dog appears to be a yard dog. Let's really look into this person you want to pay to sit home for $9,000 over 3 months and authorize self-proclaimed rescue. For the almost 10 years that she's been fighting our shelter, attacking our staff, attacking the volunteers, the very volunteers that she wanted at the shelter in the first place. The very rescue liaison that she wanted in the first place that she sits and attacks. This is, no matter what, she will never be satisfied. And I'm telling you now, I was there the days they were protesting on the front lawn. We had mounted cops there, people afraid to walk home or go to their cars because threats that this woman allowed people to snowball into such violence that the FBI was involved because death threats were sent to their home. I worry when I go out and do my job that some psychopath that believes her and is influenced by her words online and on Facebook and social media are so corrupted by her false words and lies that my life is at jeopardy because I have a Town of Hempstead sign on my back. I made a report to Sue Jacobs and Cheryl Petrie when I was ran off the road in the Town of Hempstead vehicle by some animal lunatic who was influenced by her rants and ravings and lies. The same woman that held candlelight vigils for the animals that she authorized be dead. Look at what you're looking to bring into the house. You have a fox that you want to bring into the hen house, and you even want to pay this fox to sit home and plan an attack. This has nothing to do about the animals. If it did, you would not be hiring this woman. You would be looking for somebody with actual real credentials, someone that doesn't have hatred and animosity. Somebody that doesn't have lawsuits against the employees, against all of you.
Excuse me, if you could just be quiet for a moment because we cannot hear the remainder of her comments.
Somebody that you have to pay to sit home because they can't come into the building because staff are fearing for their lives because of the threats. Let's kill these staff members. Let's kill Town of Hempstead workers. That's what is influenced by her lies. And this is what you have pacified up until this point. So to say you're transparent, you didn't even know about this. D'Esposito knew about it, you knew about it, and the management, the director, our wonderful manager, that yes, there are some issues there truly are, with our management. But if that management knew about this, he knew this was a bad decision. Unless it's promoting or helping somebody behind those doors, this does not benefit our animals. And I don't want to be holding any more bodies and crying over dogs and holding paws like I did when she had say in that building. I don't want to see any more animals hurt because of this woman. I don't want to see staff that I work with, volunteers that I work with, residents that I work with hurt because of what this woman has done and what she will continue to do. And if you allow this, this will not stop. She will not be pacified. You may see a few dogs go out, but the bantering is going to continue, and this will never be enough. It will never, ever stop.
Thank you for your comments.
Very well.
Wendy, Garrett, Gillette, Costello, I don't know what this is. Wendy from Belrose? Baldwin, sorry, Wendy from Baldwin. No? Okay. Oh, maybe this is two. Wendy Cariello, this one's a little bit clearer.
Wendy Cariello, Baldwin, New York. I want to speak in support of Diane Madden and Resolution 31, which would have allowed her to effect change. Although many think I knew Diane, Lucille DeFino, and the other ladies from 2009, I only knew of them and their valiant efforts to bring progress to a sorely lacking municipal shelter. Those women were the match that lit the fire for humane improvement in Town of Hempstead Animal Shelter. In early 2011, I left my job at a vet to be included in that wave of change for the shelter. Very few realize that thanks to those women and their progressive programs and their lawsuit, humane change began to take place, and in my opinion, the best assistant director we ever had in the shelter's history was hired, and volunteers were finally able to walk through the shelter doors into a functional program. Volunteers who enjoy the benefit of having a progressive program today owe a thanks and acknowledgement to those very women, Diane, Lucille, Frances, Lisa. I got to know them when I worked at the shelter. I have great respect for Diane. She has always held the interest of the animals first. Her approach is informed and educated in progressive animal sheltering. Diane and I have disagreed on many points, but she has always listened, she has never disregarded my concerns, and she has always been open to working cohesively with me. I truly feel that the animal movement can accomplish so much more working together, being agreeable to change, not afraid of change, and approaching with a more egalitarian approach than the one currently operating like a private club in the shelter. For anyone concerned about the salary for this individual, I'm happy to have my town taxes go towards what is really a paltry sum in regard to the usual town contracts. Diane Madden has used her own time, energy, gas, and money in a tireless and tenacious 9-year upward battle to help Long Island animals. This division between people who really all just love the animals and want the best and have differing viewpoints breaks my heart. I think there is a way to come together, and I hope that there is.
Thank you. Nadine McCarthy.
Good evening, Nadine McCarthy. I'm a Town of Hempstead resident and taxpayer. I have been heavily involved in the rescue community for over 15 years. Part of my involvement in the rescue community is working with the Town of Hempstead to pull breed-specific dogs in need, both medically and behaviorally. I have an open line of communication with both the shelter liaison and the rescue coordinator to ensure that the needs of the dogs are met without delay. In 2018 alone, Adopt-A-Boxer spent over $5,000, and Northern Exposure Siberian Husky Rescue spent over $6,000 to vet and train dogs in need from this shelter. After a dog is taken into rescue and has been fully vetted, we do exhaustive research to place a dog in the correct home. Our strong relationship with the Town of Hempstead Shelter and the work done after a dog is brought into rescue is with one goal in mind, the dog's well-being. With that being said, I'm here tonight as both a taxpayer and an animal advocate to voice my concerns and ask questions that I hope you can answer regarding the proposed contractual relationship with Diane Madden and the role laid out in the proposal. Why is it necessary to add a position when a shelter liaison and a rescue coordinator already exist? What are Ms. Madden's unique qualifications for such a role? How many other individuals were considered for this role? Has Ms. Madden submitted a resume? Does a conflict of interest exist because Ms. Madden has brought more than one lawsuit against the town of Hempstead? And regularly, openly, and quite viciously wages social media attacks against various members of this board, particularly Ms. Gillen? At the very least, this brings forth an appearance of impropriety that I believe the taxpayers should be provided with an explanation for. I know that Ms. Madden touts her experience and continued involvement at the Smithtown shelter as support for her argument that she can be an asset to the town of Hempstead Animal Shelter. However, her direct involvement in choosing Sue Hansen as the shelter director in 2015 backfired. Ms. Hansen was fired and arrested in 2017. In 2018, the town of Smithtown Animal Shelter received 4 citations from the Bureau of Narcotics and Enforcement. These citations caused the already ongoing criminal investigation by the Suffolk County DA to remain open. Those citations put restrictions on the veterinarian the town continued to employ for 10 months after. In fact, the very town officials from town of Smithtown who supported Ms. Velan on social media continued to pay that veterinarian until a taxpayer asked about the citations on the record in October 2018. Can you answer any of my questions or concerns?
Well, the sponsor has stepped out of the room. Councilwoman King-Sweeney, can you answer any of these questions? I can tell you that I didn't get a resume. I got something about 2 hours before the board meeting. That's all I saw.
I mean, I would ask our chief of staff. I think the process was a little bit different than that, and I'll defer to him on those specific details. And the allegations that you've made against Ms. Madden, I can't comment to those. I mean, they're allegations. I'm going to have to rely on the town attorney to provide me with further detail. I mean, there have been allegations in Facebook that I received a payoff from Diane Madden. There's been a lot of horrible things said about me on Facebook, so I get it. I think we need to tone down a lot of the rhetoric on all sides here. I certainly deeply care about the animals. I am very thankful for all the work that the volunteers and all the employees perform on a daily basis at the shelter, and I think that this was an effort. I think the ultimate success for a shelter is when every cage is empty, and it's to try to empty as many cages as possible. It's simple. I'm not an animal expert. I have one dog. I love animals, and it pains all of our hearts to go into any shelter and to see an animal behind a cage. I think the agenda here from, I think I can speak for Councilman D'Esposito and myself, is much simpler than you realize. We're trying to empty cages, and we were going to give this a try.
Unique qualifications for this role.
Obviously, I've been on the board now for about 4 years. Every board meeting that I've been at, I believe Ms. Madden has been at. I think she's been attending meetings, she can correct me if I'm wrong, for approximately 15 years or so. She speaks passionately about animals at every single meeting, and she has reached out to us. There's been an ongoing dialogue with her and others to try to do the best that we can for animals, and until the cages are empty, we're always trying to deploy new methods to empty them. And it's
Anyone else considered for this position?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Susan Gordon Ryan.
And I volunteered to do it. I'm doing it for free.
Thank you very much, Ms. Meriday.
Thank you. Full disclosure, I don't know Diane Madden, and I don't know, I know that there's a lot of emotion around this, and I'm sure that everybody has wonderful, reasons for being involved with the shelter. Mine was really from a process and a transparency look. I was wondering the same kind of, with Diane, is she a sole, if she's considered for a contract, personal service contract, in connection with animal rescue coordination, is she a sole source for this? Are other people allowed to, get interviewed for that position? What are the requirements for it? What's the job description? What's the salary? Again, what's the experience? So it really was, I think if that was clearer in this, it would maybe help clarify things. That's all, my comments on this. And how would her name get in there in terms of, a sponsor? I don't know what the process is. So I was very unclear on the process, and that's why I'm asking those questions. How does it come about that, I know she has experience there, but is she the only one up for this job or this contract?
I can't explain the process. Mr. Rod, do you have any explanation of this process?
Well, I think Diane Madden is a person who's certainly known to this board, and my office had nothing to do with the interviewing process. I think that was done by others in the town. So I can't really tell you what the process was, but Diane Madden is known to us as an animal advocate, and I would think that that's how her name came to the attention of the members of the board.
Commissioner Marino, could you explain the process? Do you know anything about the process?
In this particular case, I don't know all the facts, but I know actuarially speaking, if we have somebody that...
Can I just interrupt? Was this process done through General Services?
I knew about it, but no, it wasn't done.
It wasn't done. So you were not the leader of the process?
No, but I know about it. I know it was...
When did you find out about this contract? Okay.
It says General Services on this, in terms of that.
But this was not something that was handled by your department?
Do you know if anybody else applied for this job? Or was there any other outreach to anybody else? Do you know?
Supervisor, he said he was not involved in the process.
But he said he knew about it a while ago, so I'm just wondering if you know that. If you don't know, the answer is you don't know. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I can't answer your questions, and it doesn't seem like anybody else can.
That if it's clearer, it's easier for people. That's all. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Giris.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Giris from Massapequa. I'm here to speak in support of Diane Madden and Resolution 31. I'm a current employee and a former volunteer at the Town of Hempstead Animal Shelter. I want it to be known that I was one of the first volunteers that was brought in to kick off this program in 2011, thanks to Diane Madden. I am a current employee, and I have the opportunity, the resolution should give us the opportunity to expand our placement options for our animals, should be embraced by any and all true animal advocates. Every volunteer in this room, everyone who's sitting here tonight in a purple shirt, has been given the opportunity to do so by Diane Madden and other animal advocates. If not for Diane and the others who pushed and fought and paved the way to reform policy and protocols at the Town of Hempstead, nobody in purple in this room would be able to work hands-on and advocate for our animals, as there was no volunteer program. If not for Miss Diane Madden's efforts, our animals would not be reaping the benefits of hands-on care, socialization, and dog walking from our volunteers that goes above and beyond what our limited staff members can provide. And volunteers, I'd like you to pay special attention. Here's a history lesson for those who didn't know what the shelter was like before 2011. Our shelter was a high-kill shelter with sometimes as many as 30 dogs, 30 dogs being euthanized per day for space. The old 2000, I'll wait.
Please be respectful in the gallery.
The old 2009 paperwork that is floating around on social media is proof that Diane Madden and other advocates who unofficially volunteered did what they could to get animals adopted before they were euthanized, and they were going to be euthanized. There was no rescue relationships, there was no proactive adoption protocols, and if not for the actions of Ms. Madden in 2009 and subsequently in 2011, all those animals would have been dead. Ms. Madden wasn't sentencing animals to death, but instead trying to save all she could in a broken system that she successfully amended in 2011. True animal advocates and lovers would act in the best interest of the homeless dogs and cats in our care and explore every option for placement and utilize Ms. Madden's skill set to expand placement options. I'm grateful to the board members that support this resolution, and I'm certain that a shelter with over 300 animals, 300, needs all the help they can get in achieving forever homes. There are never enough hands or hearts to help. On a final note, I find it highly ironic that there are individuals and volunteers here leading a witch hunt for Ms. Madden, who is the very person who opened the shelter doors for them and afforded them the opportunity to benefit our animals. Diane Madden is directly responsible for founding the shelter's volunteer program and all of its benefits.
Thank you. Melissa Jaffe.
My name is Melissa Jaffe. I am a tax-paying Merrick resident for over 23 years. My vote counts. I am a retired business owner of a manufacturing company in Freeport. I have impeccable ties to the community. I am a strong supporter and donator to Chabad of Merrick Belmore, Merrick Jewish Center, Hadassah, and UJA. I am a child of a Holocaust survivor, and as such, it has been instilled in me not to back down. I am involved volunteer at Town of Hempstead Animal Shelter for over 2 years. I have mentored, fostered, and I am honored to be part of the Dave Foster program. I am a respected part of Team Purple. My vote counts. I am here today to implore the board not to offer a job to anyone or anyone associated with making anti-Semitic statements publicly or on the internet. This information has been shared with several board members. I also had a meeting with a councilwoman, and they were empathetic with the situation and pledged their allegiance with the Jewish community. I understand freedom of speech, but hiring such a person to picture agreements with these heinous comments, if you allow this hiring to occur, then you are denigrating the memory of the 6 million Jews that perished in the concentration camps. Nothing should ever—
I think it's extremely disrespectful to be laughing in the gallery right now. If you cannot be respectful, then you're going to be asked to leave.
But hiring such a person—
I do apologize for you. Please continue.
But hiring such a person to picture agreements with these heinous comments. If you allow this hiring to occur, then you are all denigrating the memory of the 6 million Jews that perished in the concentration camps. Nothing should be compared to a concentration camp. Nothing. My father's family was murdered by the hands of the Nazis. Town of Hempstead Animal Shelter has been compared to a concentration camp. The trainer and the director have been called Hitler. If you allow this hiring to occur, then you are clearly stating that myself, my fellow volunteers, and town employees are Nazis. You are clearly saying that we have gone into the Hempstead residents' homes and ripped their beloved pets out of their arms at gunpoint, starved them, beat them, and allow these dogs and cats to be raped. You are accusing all of us as murderers. Our votes count. When in actuality, Town of Hempstead Animal Shelter is a safe haven for many abused and neglected animals. I have firsthand witnessed dogs and cats flourish after being starved, beaten, and burned by their owners. Animals that have been afraid of human contact are now happy, healthy dogs and cats because of the fantastic, tireless efforts of the staff and volunteers that show up every day. Our votes count. By the way, when other racial slurs and negative comments had been made against other nationalities, severe actions have been taken. Well, I'm sorry about that. Please hear my words and do not allow this hiring to take place. Vote what is right. Do not be bullied and manipulated. Do not allow this madness to continue. Take your power back. Our votes count too.
If I could just...
Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am? You mind waiting another minute? Both Councilwoman Sweeney and I would like to address your comments. Thank you.
I met with you at the Merikabad with the rabbi, and I don't want to bring him into this public conversation here. And the conversation that we had did not involve Ms. Madden. It involved a different situation that I had asked the town attorney's office to fully investigate. I have always been and will always be a strong supporter of Israel. I have condemned anti-Semitism at every turn. I lived in Austria. I've been to Mount Hausen. I have been to Israel. I mean, to confuse these two issues, I mean, I met with you. I met with the rabbi. I have been an outspoken critic of anyone who says anything against Israel, any Jewish people, anything having to do with that. I can't make that clear enough, that statement. And we did not speak about allegations that you're making about Ms. Madden at that meeting. So to suggest that I am somehow okay with anti-Semitism is wholly inaccurate.
First of all, I didn't mention your name. I spoke to other people also. That's first of all. Second of all, okay, I have other things that were brought to my attention that Ms. Madden's name is on, but I'll probably get a lawsuit for that also. When you and Alex were sitting there, okay, you were 100% pro-Israel and pro-empathetic and everything like that. I did speak with other people. I did not mention your name. And I'm sorry that you feel that I'm attacking you. In no way, shape, or form am I attacking you. But I do have other things that have been put on Facebook over the past 5 years stating very anti-Semitic, making references to a concentration camp. I don't know how anybody who lives in the town of Hempstead can say that the animals that are fed 3 times a day, that's a concentration camp.
There's no question it's not. I mean, I don't know who said that. I don't know if it's accurate. I have no idea. It is wholly 1,000% inappropriate to make that comparison. There's no question. In my earlier comments, I've praised the employees, I've praised the volunteers, I praised pretty much everyone who's been involved with the shelter. There is no room to compare the shelter to a concentration camp. I've been to concentration camps. It's totally atrocious, inaccurate. I don't know what else I can say. It offends my conscience to even...
And we had the meeting, in my opinion, ended on a fine note. I didn't feel that there was I felt no anger or was upset by you, and this is not just directed at you, and I'm sorry that you feel that way.
But I think all of my counsel, I can speak for everyone. There's no one who would condone anything that's anti-Semitic.
No one's saying that you did. I said the opposite.
I would just like to set the record straight, first of all. If anybody compares the animal shelter with a concentration camp or any of our employees as Nazis, they are ignorant and they are speaking anti-Semitic language. I want to be clear about that. So with that,
I can show you the post.
And I would like to see that. But I also want to tell you something from the bottom of my heart as someone who had our town pass the first anti-BDS legislation, someone who sponsored legislation to Twin Town with the Shamron, someone who as recently as last month sponsored legislation that all of my colleagues, Republican, Democrat, Christian, Jewish, from whatever background, unanimously passed all of those measures. We passed a measure against Airbnb for what we thought was anti-Semitic discrimination. I can tell you from the bottom of my heart, not just because I'm Jewish, but because I really care about the issue, that my colleagues have been outstanding on any issues regarding anti-Semitism, as I would expect they would be with respect to any kind of racial or ethnic type of discrimination or harassment. If what you're telling me is true, that someone had done that and compared that, then they were wrong, that they have to be brought to the carpet with respect to that, and they have to be told and educated that that is an anti-Semitic comment. But I have to tell you, and I want you to know this, that my colleagues, all of them unanimously, could not be better on the issues of racial equality, against anti-Semitism, against anything that is religious harassment or discrimination or ethnic harassment or discrimination. We are a model of good government on that issue. You may disagree with us, and I'm not saying you are, but other people may disagree with us on a lot of different issues. But with respect to that issue, they have been 100%.
And I never accused any of you of anything different.
I don't think you did, but I just wanted to reiterate that my colleagues have been outstanding on that issue.
I do agree with Councilman Blakeman. I don't think anybody on this board is anti-Semitic. However, Mr. Ra, I believe there was an investigation opened into Doc Siegel because he was upset about the Holocaust concentration camp comments, and he actually has an investigation against him. Is that concluded?
I had spoken to Dr. Siegel. I don't recall the status of it right now, Supervisor. I'll have to get you that information, but I don't remember. I know I spoke to Dr. Siegel at length about the entire incident.
Well, I hope we can wrap that up soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Blakeman, I will email everything to you tomorrow.
Stuart Kroll.
Stu Kroll, Great Neck. I didn't really want to get into this whole thing, but I'm also Jewish, a big supporter of Israel, and I think I know Diane fairly well. And to say that for anybody to even infer that she's anti-Semitic is not only absurdly insulting to her, but it would be insulting to me to be associating with somebody like that. So I categorically would deny that. Also, to the person who was talking before about the $9,000, if we're going to talk about wasting money, that's great. You know, I want to bring up that we have a quote-unquote behaviorist making $109,000, if I'm correct, who doesn't meet the requirements of a behaviorist, which requires a 4-year degree, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. She didn't make it through Suffolk Community College, and she wrote on her application that she wanted to learn about animals. Well, you know what? I want to learn about heart surgery, but if you have a heart attack, don't look to me. Okay. Let's see. Okay, first of all, I want to commend Councilman Diaz-Bazito and Ms. King-Sweeney for being the ones that were basically willing to discuss this issue. Everybody knows Diane. Everybody knows the issue. There's no reason to have put this vote off at all. It's basically just a cop-out. I assume that everybody else, therefore, is satisfied with the status quo at the shelter. And, Laura, they did a beautiful paint job there at your request. For a long period of time, picture taking was forbidden. Public awareness is the only hope these animals have of being adopted. How many animals lost their chance while this policy was being enforced? Another miserable idea was requiring visitors to have an escort at all times. On a busy day, how many potential adopters do not have the time to wait for an escort and simply left? And how much more could these employees also have done if they were not shackled with this needless responsibility? We need to put aside personal vendettas and work to improve the conditions of our animals. I believe that Diane Madden would work tirelessly to bring that about. Certain favored rescue groups and volunteers may lose their privileges and may be treated equally with other groups, and apparently some people, and I've been told that by some of them, don't particularly like that idea. This whole sorry episode epitomizes politics at its worst. However, I think we all learned a very valuable lesson from the last election cycle. I strongly suspect the election cycle will be repeated and the lesson learned again later on in 2019. Okay, thank you.
Mark Briatak.
This is also in regards to number 31. I love dogs.
If you could just sit down and speak into the mic and just say your name and address for the record.
Mark Briatak, and I'm a resident of Hempstead since 1990. I love dogs so much I decided to go back to school to get another degree in order to help dogs recover from injury and surgery. When I was at the admissions, taking the prerequisites over again, at Nassau Community College, because I'd been out of college 10 years, so you had to take prereqs again, I told the person at admissions what I was doing and why, and it was all about dogs. This is November 2017. The person of admissions told me that she wanted to help dogs too. In fact, that she and her daughter were interested in volunteering at the Town of Hempstead Animal Shelter and were interested in adopting a dog from there, except they decided against it because they saw posts on Facebook. So, it's a very easy thing to do. When asking what post did you see, take out your cell phone, and I looked at Diane Madden's page. There was post after post after post of negativity, accusatory statements towards the Town of Hempstead Animal Shelter. This was completely incongruous with a number of people that I got to know through social media who told me behind-the-scenes stories of what was going on, people who work really hard, the volunteers of the Town of Hempstead Animal Shelter, to help these dogs. I heard real stories that were not publicly available, and then I saw how this person took this information, twisted it to make herself look like a champion. I could bring up one dog by the name of Brock, for instance, but I'm not going to get into details of this. So now think about this. A person you want to hire for outreach has a public record of speaking out against the very shelter you want to hire her for, to make herself look like a champion. That's unconscionable. I don't know what her agenda is, but it's not about helping dogs. I think the dogs are part of some other psychology, which I'm not qualified to say what it is. I don't have a degree in psychology, but clearly there's something going on here that has nothing to do with animals. Animals are just the focal point for filling some other need. A lot of manipulation on those pages, very careful use of half-truths and manipulations. I want to just say, animal shelters suck, okay? The very fact that they have to exist is the problem. It's not the specifics that you're trying to attack. There's never going to be a perfect animal shelter because the fact is people are horrible and they do horrible things to dogs. They dump them at shelters. We have breeding problems that go, that go unresolved, unlegislated. And for the money that you're going to take potentially to hire somebody, I would rather you take that and offer free or low-cost spaying and neutering towards the community so that we don't have more dogs in animal shelters. That's what you do to help the dogs. Prevent more dogs from coming in there. Now, as far as the...
Sir, can you please just wrap up your comments?
Okay, as far as the anti-Semitic comments, I did see them. I did see the comparison to the concentration camps. There's a Save Our Shelter page on Facebook, which has the screenshots of them. So if your criteria, if you just what you said before, is that you would never hire a person who'd made that comparison, well, I guess then your decision's already made for no. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcia Berrios. Thank you.
Hi.
Please stop shouting in the gallery. If you can't keep quiet while other people are speaking, you're going to be asked to leave.
My name is Marcia Barrios, 9 Forge Lane, Levittown. I was one of the original volunteers at the shelter. I'm very happy to have this opportunity to speak to you, and thank you so much for being so open with us. I'm not even going to talk about what I was going to talk about. I put a letter into every one of you and asked that it be made part of the record, so I would like to just talk about other things now that I'm here. I want to say something really good about our trainer, who is not a behaviorist and never has claimed to be a behaviorist. We will never see a behaviorist at the shelter because a behaviorist is someone who does research, someone who has gone to school for 4 years and writes books and teaches at universities. And we have a very good behavior specialist, and I've worked with her. I'm also a trainer. I'm certified as a trainer. She's wonderful. I can't say enough good things about her. I also, when I first started, I used to do a kennel guide program, which has now been handed over to staff, and the staff is doing a much better job at it than I did. It's very, very necessary to have somebody go through with the public, through those kennels, to introduce the dogs, to make sure that the people don't abuse the dogs, and they do abuse the dogs if they're not watched, not intentionally, because not everybody knows how to address a shelter dog. A shelter dog is not a pet. A shelter dog is a very different animal once it's in a shelter. And people do have to be kind of, I don't say monitored. Monitor is a kind of strong word, but introduced to the animals in a positive way, to show the animals in a positive way so that they will be adopted. So, oh, and I do want to talk about two things now that I'm here. We're not perfect. We're very far from perfect. We've come an extremely long way in the 8 years that I've been a volunteer. But we do need to do a lot more to help the animals. And two things that I would love to see. We have play yards. We have an additional play yard, which is great. So now we could get more dogs into the play yards at once. But our subsurface on those play yards is horrendous. We use chips. The chips deteriorate. The toys that are out there are caked with mud. Our leashes get caked with mud. If we could get some AstroTurf in those play yards, it would be awesome. And I know, I know, Laura Gillen, that you have been to the Newbridge Road Park, which is our dog park, our town dog park. You've seen that AstroTurf in action. It's awesome. The toy, oh, okay, that's enough. I'm very happy with just saying that much.
Thank you so much for your comments. Elise Curico.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Elise Chuko from the town of Hempstead. Okay. Sorry, I had everything planned that I was going to say, and it's changed consistently through the night, but I'm just going to read what I wrote. I'm here tonight as a tax-paying citizen of the town of Hempstead. I've been involved in rescue for over 20 years. 6 years ago, I started Road to Home Rescue Support, which is based in our town. Over these years, we have pulled numerous difficult and expensive medical and behavioral cases from our shelter. We have worked very closely with the town of Hempstead shelter and your staff, your volunteers, and not to say that there aren't things that need improvement, but we've had great success with the staff and the volunteers that we've worked with over the years. I came tonight to strongly voice my objection to Resolution 31. I started in rescue when cell phones and social media was non-existent. The only option was boots to the ground and word of mouth. Over the last 10 plus years, social media has opened up a whole new venue to help get so many animals in need seen and helped. But it has also given a platform for unconscionable behavior. Cyberbullying leaves no one safe. And Diane Madden has honed her craft by using the internet to bully, scare, and intimidate people who dare to disagree with her. How is all this deplorable behavior rewarded? The town offers her a contract. Ms. Madden has a history for changing her agenda to get what she wants. She was not pro-rescue, but now wants a paid position to bring rescues in to work with the shelter. She has submitted a proposed contract to work as an outside consultant to bring reputable rescues in, a contract that will pay her $3,000 a month of taxpayers' money when there is already an extremely competent person who works with the rescue community. Emily is 100% for the animals and has fought to make sure that more difficult placements get out of the shelter and to reputable rescues. Ms. Madden has stated that there are no rescues that want to work with the shelter, and you all know that this is not factual. We have representatives here tonight from many rescues who already pull animals despite how politics have taken front stage in how our shelter is run, a shelter where politics should not have any place. Every other time there is a contract for consulting services, there are requirements to be met, none of which have been provided. Where is statement of qualifications, professional experience, or Ms. Madden's resume. Where is proof of the required professional liability insurance? The proposed contract is for under $10,000, which per town policy enables the town to not require bids. That seemed to be very convenient that a bid did not have to be put out to allow anyone else to apply. When the town adopted the budget a few months ago, $10,000 was put into the shelter for advertising a promotion, one that had only had $500 in all former budgets. I ask that you look around you. We are the faces of your rescue community. We are the face of rescue, shelter staff, shelter volunteers, fosters, adopters. We are the true advocates. We are your taxpayers. What unites all of us is our true compassion and love for every animal in the shelter. We are their advocates. There are many others who are not here tonight because they do fear for themselves and their families. It has been said that Ms. Madden will stop at nothing to get what she wants. There are apparently no ramifications for the bullying and scare tactics that are continuously used. She bullies your volunteers who put countless hours into your shelter.
I'm sorry,
She
can you
bullies.
just try to wrap up your
Yes,
comments?
I'm almost done.
Thank you.
She bullies your staff who you have hired. She bullies you. She actually heckles at town meetings, and what happens? You reward her with a contract. Obviously, there's no accountability in our town. Not only is there no accountability, you are condoning and rewarding this type of behavior. Now the staff and volunteers that she has bullied and harassed will be forced to work with her. How can any of you see that this will have a good outcome for the town? According to numerous foils that will be supplied to you tonight, these foils alone show that she has neither the, I'm actually scared. We are scared. And these foils alone show that she has neither the expertise, knowledge, or compassion to do this job. I just ask that you investigate them closely. I can confidently say, in my opinion, that I, along with every other rescuer here tonight, would not feel comfortable working alongside a person who has this history of bullying, intimidation, and total lack of empathy for animals. An advocate who is responsible for defending and safeguarding the rights of our shelter animals. I have no faith in her abilities. The town will lose
I'm
rescues
sorry, you're
as
going to have
opposed
to
to gaining
wrap
them.
up your comments.
Okay, I strongly urge you to vote no to Resolution 31.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kim Strong.
My name is Kim Strong, and I am not from Hempstead. I'm actually from Utica, New York. I have several of your dogs from a previous contract. We obviously didn't get the contract this year, so I have nothing to lose by talking to you and actually telling you what I think. I've dealt with your trainer at Hempstead, and she spends more time defending herself against Diane Madden and Diane's accusations and her FOIL requests and all your nonsense than she spends able to train the dogs. I gave her a method to attach a dog to a building and say, so to work on stranger danger, so she could help the dogs who are afraid. She said, oh my God, I could never do that. They'll cut the video and then they'll put out there that I'm tying dogs to a building and leaving them out there all alone. That's what your staff are afraid of. Your volunteers tell me they're afraid of this woman. In listening tonight, it was a contract to help network dogs. That's what this was supposed to be. $3,000 a month for 3 months to network dogs. Since then, her lawyer people, I don't know who all those people were, where they were talking from, but she's going to make recommendations on the shelter and what's going to be done there. And she's going to make recommendations. Well, you know what? Diane Madden did a good thing at one point when she maybe helped with shelter reform in the beginning, in 2008, 9, 10, whatever it was, I don't know. But there's FOIL's requests with her name saying this dog should die, this dog should die, this dog should die. She has squashed any new initiative to help enrichment with the shelter, and she has no idea what she's doing or talking about. You need to investigate and not listen to a woman who spends every week or every month here at a board meeting heckling you, disrespecting the president or what, chairman or what, I don't know what you call things down here.
Supervisor.
Supervisor.
Let's be clear, she really only heckles me.
No.
She used to heckle Anthony D'Esposito, but now she's stopped.
No, she heckles. I was here. I was here. I was here. I watched her heckle people. And that's the person you want to be a liaison for your public? You're going to lose the rescues that are here. You put Diane Madden in, You may gain 2 or 3, but you're going to lose 30. Because I don't want those dogs in my building. Even if we were going to, like we pulled Max after to save his life, no way in hell we'll take for Diane Madden. She's vindictive, she's nasty, she attacks people on social media when she doesn't get her way, and her moods swing with the changing of her underwear. And now I'm probably getting sued, and that's okay. So my prediction, and I drove 5 hours to be here, so if you can give me another 5 or 10 seconds. My prediction is in 3 months, you're going to have less dogs placed, less rescues working with you, and you're going to have a whole lot of difficult, angry taxpayers, but you're also going to have employees that have no morale because the woman who's condemning them, suing them, and wasting their time, you're now paying. If you want to give her money, tell her to stop wasting your employees' times by FOIL and being worried about what she's going to say to them on social media.
Thank you. Ashley, I can't read the last name, Ashley O'Neill.
Good evening. My name is Ashley O'Neill, and I am a volunteer with Road to Home Rescue. I have come here tonight as a member of the community and on behalf of every animal at the Town of Hempstead Animal Shelter. I am here in solidarity tonight with every rescue group, volunteer, staff member, and members of the community who are opposed to administrative item number 31. In the proposed contract, Ms. Madden is called a well-known advocate. In my opinion, there seems to be some discrepancy as to what she is well known for. And in my opinion, she is well known for lying, hypocrisy, manipulation, bullying, and attacking others. In terms of being an advocate, I would hardly call an individual who euthanized a dog for defecating in his kennel or euthanizing a dog with a tumor instead of removing it an advocate. In my opinion, it's dangerous for us to allow a human being who is clearly careless with others' lives to have the ability to have a say in the welfare of the animals at the Town of Hempstead Shelter. If you want to see an advocate, look at the rescues here tonight who rehab the dogs who have trouble adapting to the shelter life or who have been failed by humans instead of euthanizing them. The rescues that have tumors removed and pay for treatment instead of euthanizing them. The faces of those who foster and adopt the underdogs despite their shortcomings. The volunteers who make sure the dogs get out of their kennels every day, who cook rice and chicken for the dogs not eating in the shelter, and who work with the dogs who have behavioral issues at the shelter so they have a chance of being adopted. The rescues who run outreach programs that provide families in our community with food, vetting, and shelter for their animals, who build positive relationships with the members of this community that are built on mutual trust, respect, and partnership, not lies or personal agendas. Diane has stated that rescuers don't want to work with the shelter, yet every rescue group here tonight pulls animals on a consistent basis and never turns their back on them despite the fact that the town allows politics to play a part in the shelter where they don't belong. Myself and every rescuer here tonight, along with those who emailed and those who were afraid to suffer the repercussions of Diane Madden if they did not come, do not and would not feel comfortable working alongside of an individual who, in our opinion, is not an advocate, who does not have any experience that would qualify her for this job, who uses unethical tactics, and who has personally attacked and alienated each and every one of us in this room, including board members. This individual will end up costing the town more in lawsuits by creating a hostile work environment. As a rescuer and member of the community, I am always open to new ways to improve the animals' lives at the shelter. I'm unsure as to how hiring an individual who has shown no proof of her credentials, who did not have to apply for this job, and who must work from home because of her behavior towards other shelter workers, volunteers, and rescuers would be a step in the right direction for our animals. I also can't understand why the town is willing to hire an individual who currently has an active lawsuit against the town. As a taxpayer, I can't understand how members of the board would consider paying her $3,000 a month for a job that is already filled by an individual who is more than competent and has a wonderful rapport with every rescue who pulls from the shelter to be considered fiscally responsible choice or something that would be supported by other taxpayers in the community. Instead, why not put it towards expanding the spay and neuter program, fixing fences and enclosures for families whose dogs constantly get out and can't afford to do so, or an educational program that would benefit the animals in the shelters of the community?
Can you please try to wrap up your statements?
I hope that the members of this board, I hope that the members of this board investigate the foils provided for you that contain many examples of dogs that Diane Madden euthanized while she was a citizen, not a paid employee, and that they consider this contract and how it will affect the lives of animals and community members. While we cannot bring those lives back that were lost, we can protect those that are there now and will be in the future. While Ms. Madden has a loud voice, in my opinion, she has no business being the animal's voice at the Town of Hempstead Animal Shelter. And if she is to be hired, you will never stop hearing mine. I look forward to all the rumors and untruths that will be spread about me in the morning on social media and being served with papers.
Ms. O'Neill, if you could just stay for one moment. First of all, I want to thank you for the incredible work that you do at Road to Home, taking highly unadoptable dogs. And I'm just curious, with $10,000, how many highly unadoptable dogs could we place in your rescue? 3? So we could save 3 dogs' lives? Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to clear that up. Linda Steinman? Sorry.
Take my glasses off. Sorry. My name is Linda Sturman. I am the president of Last Hope Animal Rescue, the organization that runs the shelter adjacent to the town of Hempstead. Dear honorable members of the town board of Hempstead, I represent Last Hope Animal Rescue, again, the shelter next to the town of Hempstead, that has worked with rescuing town shelter dogs and cats since the early 1990s. We have worked together on several town shelter initiatives, free spay-neuter clinics, TNR situations in the town, bully breed recognition adoption days, and the transports of bully breeds from Hempstead to New England town shelters. We have been trying to assist the town since July of this year with the difficult situation it faces now with so many problematic bully breed dogs by reaching out to experts in the field for guidance as to developing a plan for these dogs that are lingering at the shelter. Now through a Facebook post and numerous emails, we have been made aware that the town is considering offering a contract for $9,000 to Diane Madden to liaison for the animals with rescue groups in the shelter. Is this the same Diane Madden who has done everything in her power to bring the town of Hempstead shelter down, sue the shelters, its volunteers, and publicly scorn and berate volunteers and workers at the shelter? Is this the type of person you wish to reward with a town contract? Do you not already have a salaried shelter staff doing this outreach? Can the town hire an individual who has already sued them? And I understand it's still suing. Has the town gone mad? We will be the first rescue that will warn you that we will not work with Diane Madden. What are the qualifications of this person for this job? I would like to see your professional animal rescue resume. We implore you to drop this ridiculous item from your agenda. Speaking for the animals, citizens, and volunteers in the town of Hempstead, I am Linda Sturman, president of Last Hope.
Thank you for your comments. Ilona Aranini from Seaford. They wanted to speak on item 31.
That handwriting's actually worse than mine.
Is there anybody with a name that... Oh, maybe it's Lisa. Lisa? Lisa, sorry. Lisa Yes. Come on down.
Well, everything's kind of redundant, so I don't even know if I should.
You know, can I say something? You know, everybody's entitled to be heard on this, but I can assure you that we've got the gist of this right now. So I'm not cutting you off. You're entitled to talk if you want, but I'm just saying it's 10 o'clock at night. We get it, okay?
So I'm done. We don't want it to go through. I don't really know who Diane Madden is, but we can't get a milk bone for our dogs, but we can afford to pay her $9,000. It's ridiculous. She's suing you guys, right? She's
Twice.
Twice. Why are you offering her a job? I don't get it. I don't get it. I applied for Town of Hempstead Animal Shelter. I didn't get a job, and I'm a volunteer there. We are outside in the rain, the snow, the sleet, the hail, the sweating heat, the freezing cold, and I've never seen her there. How is she? She doesn't even know our dogs. She doesn't know their idiosyncrasies. She doesn't know what they're about. Who's she going to rely on? She burned so many bridges. She spewed so much venom towards volunteers, staff, and you guys. So basically, you know, what everyone else said. I got to get up at 4:30 tomorrow. So, good night, everyone.
Thank you, Lisa. And thank you to all of our volunteers who are here this evening. You will notice that my blazer is purple. Eileen Osmers.
Hi, I'm Eileen Osmers. I'm here representing Golden Paw Society. Golden Paw Society is a cat rescue here on Long Island, and for the past 6 years, we've enjoyed a successful working relationship with the town of Hempstead Animal Shelter. And to date, we've transferred up over 550 cats from your facility. As a rescue, we work with each of the Long Island municipal shelters, and I can tell you from this perspective that the rescue coordination efforts in place at Hempstead are outstanding. Emily Tannen is amazing, and even as a part-timer, she's always available to me as a rescue partner and has a team in place that continues to run the program seamlessly. I don't know if you heard the name Emily Tannen. I'm here to ask you to please see this moment as a critical opportunity to take pause and realize that something isn't quite right about the proposal that's been made to hire Diane Madden. I'm not alone when I say this. I'm here in solidarity with, I think it's 15 other rescue groups that came here tonight, 15 groups that currently have positive working relationships with Hempstead. And so you need to know, you are proposing to make a change to your rescue coordination program that, if it passes, will immediately alienate at least 16 rescue groups. And that's just how many of us were able to show up on short notice tonight. You likely know this already, but Diane Madden has created and maintains a very active Facebook page called Hope for Hempstead Shelter, on which she frequently and publicly bashes the town and mocks the people who work and volunteer at the shelter, often referring to them as foolish and deranged selfie takers who secretly hate animals. That's not normal, and it's not okay. It's actually shockingly inappropriate. It's behavior that should be met with consequences. Instead, she's rewarded with ongoing access to the shelter and is now being offered pay to continue her agenda. You need to know that the opposition you see here tonight is not about a few ruffled feathers from your shelter staff and volunteers who are unhappy about this. This is an entire community standing by watching and knowing something's very wrong here, and asking you to seriously think twice before proceeding. If this resolution should pass, we will need there to be transparency. I'm almost done. We want to see the resume of the credentials that qualify her for this position. We want to know if the current lawsuit she has against the town and the 4 or 5 others that she's connected with will now be dropped. We want to know how someone who's been working tirelessly against the town for years can now be trusted to work for the town. And finally, if you proceed with this and Ms. Madden is to be in contract with the town, we ask that it be contingent upon her removing her slanderous Facebook page and complying with a code of conduct befitting of a town professional. Otherwise, this will present a serious conflict of interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie Michelle. Carrie from Islip.
Yeah, I'm not going to get home till midnight. Right with it. Good evening, everyone. My name is Kerry Michael, and I came out from Bayport tonight to show my support for Diane Madden. I will be reading a statement on behalf of Little Shelter Animal Rescue Executive Director David Seeley. Good evening, board members. I'm writing to ask for your support of the contract for Diane Madden's services at the town's animal shelter. My name is David Seeley, and I'm the Executive Director of Little Shelter Animal Rescue. This contract would be a step in the right direction for the animals and the rescue groups that want to help them. Ms. Madden has an excellent reputation of uncompromising animal care and has proven to be very instrumental in helping place many animals in need at TOHS with many Long Island-based rescue organizations. Many of these organizations, such as Little Shelter, have found it impossible to be allowed to pull all animals in need from TOHS. My last visit to TOHS, which was a little over 2 years, resulted in my organization leaving with 0 dogs or cats in need. That very day, we pulled 8 dogs from the town of Islip Animal Shelter, which included 2 adult pit bulls, a puppy with hydrocephalus, which is water on the brain, and several other dogs. Diane Madden has the ability to bridge the gap with many of the rescue groups that are finding it hard to help TOHS due to current staffing, especially Emily Tannen. A recent attempt at contacting Emily by my rescue manager to pull a senior dog with severe medical needs went nowhere. Moreover, I encourage you to develop a more cohesive volunteer program which sets safety standards and enforces them all for all volunteers. This requires a seasoned, open-minded director and experienced volunteer coordinator who can properly handle and document human resource issues that arise in volunteer program. Volunteers need to be encouraged to follow protocol and also held accountable for actions that directly affect safety and the lives of animals. I am confident that with your support of this contract, many rescue organizations can help move the needle in a positive direction to restore the reputation of TOHS and put the animals first. Please consider Ms. Madden for this position. As for myself, I'm curious to know, in response to all the adoptions quoted, how many animals were returned and how many animals were euthanized? I say 1 too many. We can start with Brock if you'd like. The last thing I heard, there was a willing rescue that offered to pull Brock, and instead the shelter euthanized him in retaliation. I personally could not think of a better person to champion for the animals and bring forth progressive reform for the shelter other than Diane Madden. It's time to end this insanity, doing the same thing over and over again, but expecting different results. As for the $9,000, don't you now have a $5 million budget? $9,000 is a drop in the bucket. People don't like Diane because she's a whistleblower and makes the public aware of the truth. By the way, you might all want to research an article that Time magazine published, and it's titled Concentration for Dogs. You'll all learn something. Lastly, I have to say, each time I come out from Suffolk for one of your meetings, It's like a 3-ring circus without a ringmaster. And I blame you, Supervisor Gillen, for allowing this romper room behavior during meetings. You really should be embarrassed. You grandstand with your purple to the left. You tell the heckling to stop on this side, and you don't address it on that side. And it should be done for everybody. I think people should get kicked out. In the past, at least Santino had the officers of security, have people leave. I think it's shameful, and I cannot wait to stand by who's ever running against you.
Thank you for your comments. Catherine Baptiste.
Good evening, board members. I think most of what I was going to say was already said. My name's Catherine. I am a volunteer. Sorry. I am a volunteer with Road to Home Rescue. I foster, transport, home visit, everything I can to help the animal community. I'm not really into politics or a politician, so this is like very uncomfortable for me. But I just wanted to voice my objection to administrative subject number 31 this evening. I believe that this arrangement contains inherent conflicts of interest, and you've all been made aware of that throughout the evening. I also wanted to say that if you want to have progress in your shelter, you have a room full of people that are willing to work with you for free. You don't need to spend $9,000 to do it. That's it.
Kim Strong, you've already spoken. John Esposito.
Good evening, John Esposito. I live in Huntington. I've been volunteering at the Town of Hempstead Animal Shelter for about 3.5 years. I come to the shelter anywhere between 5 and 7 days a week. Brock was my friend. Everything has already sort of been said here tonight that I wanted to say here prior to that. But there is one thing that I'll add to the discussion, and that is you're talking about paying the consultant $50 an hour to perform duties that are already performed by other volunteers and staff at the shelter, while our kennel staff labors for, I don't know, $10 to $15 an hour doing the hands-on work with our animals. And there's something very wrong about that. And with that in mind, I hope that you add that into your thought process when you think about whether you want to vote for this or against it. Thanks.
Sherry Steinlen.
Hi, my name's Sherry Steinlein. It's late, and I know we're all tired, and I'm going to get right to the point. I am a town resident in Hempstead. I am not with the Hempstead Town Shelter. I am an admin of 2 groups. One is Long Island Dog Parents. One is Long Island Dog Parents Rescue Red Alert. As of 1 o'clock this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, I'm especially speaking to Mr. Esposito over there, who sponsored this bill. As of 1 o'clock this afternoon, there were 26,501 members together of those 2 groups. I call them members. Ladies and gentlemen, you might want to call them voters, constituents, So what I will tell you this evening, I have this whole lovely planned thing that I will read some of, but it's changed. We've been here a few hours. I will say that I brought up my little purple sheet to vote no on 31, only for the fact that I will ask you, one, to Mr. Desposito, you were the sponsor of Resolution 31?
I don't think that there was really a sponsor. Was I part of?
Oh,
I'm not sitting behind. Listen, when you guys asked questions before, I had no problem answering.
Okay, so you
Did I know about it? Was I part of the discussion? Absolutely.
did you?
I'm not sure who put it forward. Can anybody answer that? Who sponsored this? I thought you answered affirmatively, but now you're denying it?
I'm not denying anything. I was answering my questions before. I
Madam
said that-
Clerk, who brought this resolution to you, to your office?
Supervisor, I believe the attorney for the board, I believe Mr. Regina brought it to my steno department.
Is that right?
That's what I was.
It was Mr. Regina, who's counsel to the Republican majority, so
Absolutely.
I'm not sure who exactly asked him to sponsor this contract.
We're aware that there were a lot of board members who didn't get this till recently, so that was agreed upon till this, this evening at this meeting tonight. And I am going to ask you, well, first I want to say that on those two groups, the rescue group in particular, just so that you guys are aware, Laura and Councilman Desposito, those groups, along with quite a few of the rescue people that are still here this evening, these dogs are being sponsored and being networked. These rescues are being known about. They're being notified that are already at the town of Hempstead. They, like you said, there is a rescue coordinator, there are volunteers. All of these people in purple sitting behind me, almost all of them are involved. They are already networking these dogs to other rescues, to outside rescues, to all kinds of things. I'm liaison with a great many of these rescues. Oh, I'm going to keep going for another minute. Just let me hang on. So this is all being done without anybody giving me or anybody else on this side $9,000 a month, every 3 months, $3,000 a month. Okay? So I'm just curious, without having to name names, we've done that enough.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to wrap up your
I'm going to wrap
comments.
up in a minute, Laura. If there was, like we said, there was no resume, was this job given or offered to the general public? Okay, these are all points that we have to look about. And I'm going to end up, we know that these questions can't be answered. We know there's a certain amount of non-transparency. What I will end up saying, is that we are your rescuers. We are your rescues. We are your volunteers. More importantly, we pay taxes, we vote, and we have quite a lot of supporters behind us.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you very much.
Adam Sakowitz.
Thank you. We've heard people discuss numbers tonight, so let me talk about some numbers. 2 million, that's the amount of patronage that you dispense to Democratic Party hacks and apparatchiks.
I'm sorry, didn't you ask me and Laura Curran for a job and you didn't get one?
I didn't ask for a job. You're disgusting. You're really showing who you are as our town supervisor. How dare you attack a private citizen? How dare you? It's disgusting. I have another number for you, town supervisor. 100,000, the amount of money you accepted from the disgusting New York City big development company RXR. I also heard some comments that made me upset. I heard Auschwitz, and we heard about anti-Semitism. Well, my last name is Sakowitz, and I'm Jewish, and I'm very proud to be Jewish. How dare anyone attack Diane Madden and accuse her of being anti-Semitic? I feel sick to have heard that. If you want to talk about anti-Semitism and anti-Israel, look at the candidates that Laura Gillen and Laura Supervisor backed for Congress. Layuba Gretchen Shirley, backed by Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, a vile anti-Semite who supports the boycott and divestment and sanctions against Israel and the Jewish people. Supported by Michigan Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, another hater of Jewish Americans such as myself. It is a great pleasure to be here tonight and to speak on behalf of Diane Madden. There is no one who comes to mind who is more deserving of this position. Let's change the town of Hempstead. Let's get it back on track. Let's bring the adults back in the room. Vote Republican. We need a Republican town supervisor to take our town back. Restore honesty and integrity to town government. Supervisor Gillen campaigned to restore honesty and integrity back to town government. Well, you've done the same things as the Republicans did. You gave patronage jobs. You're really just more of the same. It's shameful. Let's get our town back. Vote Republican. Let's get some good Republican candidates who will fight for we the people.
Rachel Reichman Martino.
Hi, guys. Rachel Reichman Martino, Kings Park. It's my residence area now. First question, did you guys all see the anti-Semitic remarks? Because I have them here if anybody would care to see them.
Thank you. You can submit them later. I mean, I've seen them before. I don't know if anybody else.
Yeah, let me just say that it was brought to my attention this evening that Diane sent out a Facebook post that said that the animal shelter was a concentration camp. I find that offensive, and I think that it's highly inappropriate. And if she did send that out, I think this is a teaching moment for her. I'm not saying she's anti-Semitic, but it is an anti-Semitic comment. And sometimes people don't realize that when you trivialize something like the Holocaust, that is something that we as Jews take as an anti-Semitic comment. So I was very distressed to hear about that and to see it on there because it is an anti-Semitic comment. Again, I'm not saying Diane's an anti-Semite because these are times when it's important for us to educate people when they say certain things, what the import of that and how it's received. So I just wanted to make that clear that I just did see that this evening.
Thank you. I'm glad you saw it. I also want to thank you for tabling the item number 31 so that everybody, even those that may have thought that it was a good idea, can actually research it more extensively, especially because of the turnout that we've had. Also wanted to know when it does come back up on the agenda, is that going to be like a surprise thing, or can like the public know about it ahead of time?
You'll get notice.
Okay. Okay, and the other thing, because I've switched up 12 times like everybody else did with the turnout, I know you guys mentioned about Diane Madden and that she's here all the time and she's the voice that's heard, and it's one of the reasons I have spoken out previously, and one of my biggest things was if she's the only voice that's speaking, she's the only voice that's ever going to be heard. And I'm so glad tonight to see so many people finally standing up and speaking out on what's really right. Like other supervisors and board members, I too am being sued by Diane Madden. I'm actually named, and that's really funny. So I am being named in 3 lawsuits having to do with my volunteering at the shelter and standing up for what I believe are truths at the shelter. And I think that's part of the reason why people don't speak up, because they are afraid. You know, I don't have anything. I rent, I'm a single mom, and I take my spare time and I go walk dogs, you know. And a lot of people have a lot to lose. You know, people with homes such as yourselves, there's a ton for a lot of people to lose. I will share that the volunteers, because I don't have a pot to piss in, for lack of a better expression, the volunteers got together and supported me in the lawsuits and actually got together a nice amount of money to pay for an attorney for me. Because, you know, even though I don't think she's going to win in the long run, I still have to pay somebody to defend me. And, you know, the town couldn't back me up, even though I am a volunteer. But with that being said, I just think that's part of the problem, is that everybody's afraid. You speak out, like Christine said, like she's been there for 16 years. You say anything and she attacks you. And if she hasn't attacked you yet, she will. That's what she does. So anyway, I'm calling tonight's item number 31, the Diane Madden contract, because it really wasn't available for anybody else. And I also, I'm sorry, can I just say one really awesome thing? I decided during all this thinking that the Town of Hempstead Animal Shelter animals are all of your animals. You know, they don't belong to anybody else. They are homeless. They've been let down by humans in your community, and that's where they've ended up. And when each and every one of you took those seats where you're sitting and those titles and that authority, they're now your responsibility. And us as the volunteers, as the sponsors, as the rescue groups, we're all taking care of your animals. And most of us are doing it for free. And we don't complain. We don't want anything for it. We don't even barely even get a thank you, and that's okay. And I appreciate you acknowledging us. But to pay somebody else $9,000 when nobody else respects her, and it's clear that she has foiled, you know, we foiled that she's killed dogs, far more dogs than what you guys have been accused of killing dogs for. The shelter has been accused. But anyway, the big thing would be the Dogs for the Play for Life group. If you want to put money towards something, you don't even have to put money towards it. It's free. It's been given a grant. It's a $9,000 program, and you say you want to have the dogs adopted out and the cats adopted out. But this is a program that's going to help socialize these dogs, and the retention rate on their adoptions will be longer. And it's not even going to cost a cent. There's like some funny political war going on here, and nobody is caring about the dogs, at least the people that have the authority, which is all of you guys. Like, instead of all of this, you should just be approving the Play for Life group. And in closing, if you look around at all of us, can we really be wrong? Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. And just to be clear, Play for Life was put forward. It was tabled. I'm hoping that the board will decide to put it back. Sharon Gliowitz.
For, I don't know, I guess the board, yeah, I did email them, but those are copies, so, yes. Hi, good evening. I sit before you today scared, both about public speaking and also retaliation. But the animals and the people at TOHS are too important for me to remain silent. The outrageousness of this resolution has brought together a powerful sisterhood and brotherhood of rescuers across the island. Only someone so destructive could bring us all together like this, and I am proud to stand among them. Excuse me, I'm very nervous. I am a 6-year dog walker at TOHS, and I am also the co-founder of Gettable Animal Rescue. We have pulled dozens of dogs from the shelter over the years, many difficult cases, hospice cases, behavioral issues, medical issues. I'm also a kitten foster mom. I sponsor 2 of the dogs at the shelter and manage their Facebook pages for free, getting thousands of shares per week. Like most of the people standing behind me here, we are the ones in the trenches. We are the ones cleaning the poop, shuffling dogs around crates in our homes, scooping litter, feeding dogs that live on chains, spending all of our free time promoting animals. Real animal rescue is our life. For the past several years, I've watched Ms. Madden berate the staff at the shelter, terrorize volunteers both face-to-face and on social media, attack the reputation and characters of anyone, frankly, that speaks in opposition to her. I have watched her disrespect all of you because I watch all the meetings from home, so I've seen it all. Mr. D'Esposito, you stated earlier, personalities don't matter, it's all about the animals, can't we get along, yada, yada. That's a great, easy line to say, and it is all about the animals. I dedicate my life to animals, as everyone else in this room behind me does. We are all about the animals. But I strongly disagree with you. This is very much about personalities. It's very much about people. Animal rescue is one of the highest burnout fields. The heartbreak we deal with on a daily basis is immeasurable. Suicide rates are high. When you have one person so divisive, so hostile, that it generated the majority of the volunteers from the shelter to be here, multiple staff people, 15 rescues from across the island, taking their time to come here to say no to this resolution. We don't want to work with this person. There's even a volunteer that has a cease and desist order against Ms. Madden. So with all of that that's going on, I don't understand how you could put forward this resolution with this person in it. What else did I want to say? Sorry, I keep changing this. As an aside, I don't see the need for this position as it duplicates functions already in place at the shelter. But if you feel it needs to be filled, please by all means put out an RFP, like I've seen for every other contract that's filled at the shelter. There are people, many people in this room that would be qualified to fill this role if indeed it's needed. I don't believe that it is. I will not work with Ms. Madden. All the rescues here feel the same. And that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Michelle Keller. Michelle Keller. Barbara Thomas. Sorry. Are you Michelle Keller? Did you speak already? Okay. Barbara Thomas.
Good evening. I think there are major differences between the people that are here, and some are just happy with status quo, and then there's people that want change. So I want reform. That's what I'm about, and being criticized by all these people constantly. And it amazes me that they're all talking about all these horrible things that are online about them when they do the same thing. I've been begging you guys since 2016 to enforce a code of conduct for some of these volunteers who are out of control. Out of control. I am also in full support of Diane Madden providing consulting services to the town of Hempstead Animal Shelter. She is the only one I know that understands the whole picture and understands reform. And reform is what the town of Hempstead Animal Shelter needs. You have to start fixing the problem from the root of the problem. And that's why you need reform, which I've spoken about many times. It's great that there are so many more new volunteers. According to them, there's 150 new volunteers, and that's great because so many of them are wonderful. They're doing great things getting the dogs out and adopted. But did you realize there's no supervisor? No one holds them accountable for what they do. Back to the no enforcement of a code of conduct. These people are defaming people on a daily basis. Not all of them, some of them. Some of these people here, some of your staff, some of your volunteers, and some of your rescue partners do the same thing on social media. They stalk, they bully, they give away personal information on people that maybe used to volunteer. They give away personal information on staff, on people in the community that may have had a dog end up at the shelter. They do things that are wrong and unethical, and that's why I beg for a code of conduct to be created, because what's there now is not sufficient, and a new one is needed. And just for the record here, too, some of these people are saying that because reformers speak up, people don't want to adopt from the shelter. Well, let me tell you something. There's a lot of people in this community that won't adopt from TOHAS because of some of their attitudes. And it has to stop. And I'd like to read into the record as I close here something from Stacy DeBalt. She was the previous assistant director of TOHAS. She says, I had access to all records, including the false and slanderous examples being currently circulated by Hempstead volunteers and others, the ones that were mentioned before. The intention has always been to target, discredit, and silence you. And there is a very simple explanation to that. You are always telling and revealing the truth.
Ma'am, your time's up. Would you give that letter to the clerk who will circulate it?
This is from your previous assistant director.
It'll be part of the record. Give it. Felix Procacci?
You allowed all them to finish.
Ma'am, I am not, while I have the chair, we're going to adhere to the 3-minute rule. It's 10:30 at night, and your letter will be circulated to all the council members, and they will read it. Thank you. Felix Procacci.
Felix Procacci, 1165 Barn Street, Franklin Square. I want to bring up, before I forget, on the ethics law that's online, we rescinded the $125,000 income cap. When they translated it to the online version, this is prior to, afterwards they got rid of the whole section, so they got rid of other parts of that paragraph besides the $125,000. So I'm asking that you correct that online, that EC whatever 360 that you use to do that.
Mr. Rod, will you take a look at that?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Okay. On a very important issue, and I guess all 7 of you are guilty of this. I don't know if you know that the Woodmere Club litigation was ruled by the judge summary judgment, and the language that the judge used was quite harsh. Defendants have failed to set forth any evidence to create an issue of fact to be tried. I mean, I read a lot of cases, and to get a summary judgment this harsh, there is neither case authority nor statutory authority for adopting an ordinance to prevent a property owner from building upon his property because the municipality in the future may seek to obtain its condemnation. Now, we spent a lot of money on this. The consultant for the engineering firm, and now we have another consultant to do. We're going to buy a park, make it into a park, and I didn't see that in the budget as far as how much does it cost to run a park. My little dinky park, Rath Park, with just a little ball field, cost $4.2 million and went up 5% this year.
Felix, the proposal under consideration is not for a town park. It's for whether or not the residents want to create a park district.
No, I understand that, but the cost, I'm just doing relative
Well, that's
cost.
up to the residents. If they want to absorb the cost, as you know, that's something.
Yes.
There has to be a referendum on it, so the people would have to vote on it and make a determination as to whether or not they wanted to do it or not.
Yeah, the problem with this park district thing, which I spoke on extensively, is I don't believe, and I've gotten the wreckage from all the financial people here, the well-respected one we hired as a consultant, the one that came after that, the one that is in the supervisor's office now. Talking about the past, I don't believe we spent $4.2 million on Rath Park, yet Franklin Square residents pay that because 90% of that is administrative charge, and when I foiled that, 0 records come back. And that's a real problem because if you're going to create a park district in the 5 towns and you're going to designate it for those residents, I believe through that administrative fund, and I have all the audits going back to 1993, and I've read all the audits going back to 1993, there's a lot of slush where you can't identify how money's being spent. And I'm just scared that if you want to make those residents going to vote for it, they don't know what they're voting for because they're going to impact the rest of us too, inadvertently, just because of the sloppy accounting that's done in this town. And I know that firsthand. I'm within 3 minutes.
David Bernacci. I guess she's probably.
Good evening. I'm David from Pets for Love, and I'm here on a completely different issue than has been spoken about. I had the pleasure of speaking with Chris on the phone, and it's been a long time since I worked with the town. And if I could ask you to take a look at this quick, I wasn't able to make a copy, but just to show you it's possible. My last 12 months working with the shelter with Kate Murray before trouble started. In that last 12-month period, I adopted out and found homes for 104 dogs. None returned, none euthanized, found homes for all of them. Finally started working with the town again. Unfortunately, we have a space in the old Source Mall in Westbury. Was purchased by a company last March. And after 17 months of promises, said that they changed their mind and they were not going to renew our lease. So I'm talking, I would love to be able to stay in the town of Hempstead, work with the town. Also, I'm going to leave you a pamphlet on all our, not only what we do for the animals, but our community programs. I mean, we work with the town of Hempstead work program, Seaford work program, the Nassau County work program. We have 10 organizations that deal with special needs adults and children that come in and volunteer on a daily basis, which helps the animals, which helps them with reading programs, kids as young as 6, as old as 93. We have a medical assistance program for seniors and vets that have a problem affording, so they don't have to have their animals euthanized because they can't afford major surgeries. Basically, I'm sorry for going on, but what I'm asking the town of Hempstead is, with your contacts, with your knowledge, if there's any buildings that you have that can be used, rented, sold, to be purchased, to be turned into a rescue. Bottom line, I mean, our lease ends on January 31st, the end of this month. We probably get more time, but.
Well, maybe you could speak to Commissioner Marino and we can try to see if we can do anything to help you.
And I'm going to leave this. I need the other one back because I wasn't able to make a copy, but this, if you have the time to go over, these are all the groups we work with, the county, the work programs from Oyster Bay and Hempstead, all the good things with the community as well.
Thank you. And
Thank
also, Commissioner Marino, you might want this gentleman to meet with somebody from our economic development. I'm sure there's a lot of vacant buildings or stores that could accommodate this gentleman's business, and if we can help. Thank you, sir.
Pearl Jacobs.
Pearl Jacobs, Nostrand Garden Civic Association, Uniondale. Just to get back to what I was speaking in regarding the administrative portion of the meeting, one code enforcement officer is insufficient for a community that has severe backlog of building code violations due to sustained neglect by previous Town of Hempstead administrations. Action or lack of action speaks for itself. Hundreds of backlog building violations certainly speak to inaction. The definition of insanity is following the same process over and over again and expecting different results. A new approach needs to be implemented to address the severe backlog of building code violations in Uniondale. I took offense to Senior Councilwoman Gooseby suggesting that I have not been truthful regarding my comments regarding the inaction demonstrated by her office. I was truthful regarding that. I have been a community advocate for Uniondale for the past 10 years. I have always spoken truth to power, and I always will. I have solely advocated for investment and improvement for the Uniondale community. I am a results-oriented person, as I have strongly advocated, along with my Vice President Heidi Sampt, for the Uniondale Streetscaping Project for the past 10 years. And this project has recently come to fruition. I will advocate strongly and just as persistent to alleviate the backlog of building violations in Uniondale, and I will definitely realize results. I also have in the audience the president of the Uniondale Chamber of Commerce, Mariano Ugalde, and he could substantiate the issues. We had a long conversation today regarding the backlog of building code violations in Uniondale.
And I just want to let you know that Senior Councilwoman Gooseby left the meeting early. There was a friend of hers who passed, so I just...
Well, I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that. This is not an attack at all on Councilwoman Gooseby.
No, I'm just saying that's why she's not here.
It's not personal, but I do not like to be called, for lack of a better word, a liar.
Well, okay? I just wanted to let you know why she wasn't here.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you.
Mita Meriday.
Mita Meriday, resident of the town of Hempstead and an ongoing attendee at these meetings. I wouldn't call myself a heckler. I would call myself an advocate and an agent of change. So for those that are still in the room, I personally took issue with someone making a reference that coming to these meetings, and if you do watch the meetings, you have watched me. You have also watched me in previous administrations, as I was one of those that was almost forcibly removed by 4 of the officials, public safety. I have been admonished on numerous occasions for quote unquote making comments during the meeting that, again, Supervisor Gillen, you did not monitor or administer as has been the past, but I guess because this issue was something that you were definitely in support of the negative comments, it was okay for people to make those types of comments and to go above and beyond the 3 minutes on numerous occasions. I take offense.
I disagree with your assessment. I was telling both sides of the audience here to be respectful.
But does that include when you admonished one resident, when you said that they tried to get a job from you as well as Laura Curran? Would you consider that to be a statement that should come from the leader of the township of Hempstead?
I think it's a factually accurate statement.
Okay. Well, we can debate that. My issue and my concern for those who do know me and those who have watched me is, where is all this energy and angst and emotion when the discussions with regard to the budget was discussed? I would put the animal shelter budget versus the limited and the appalling resources that are in place for the close to 40,000 veterans that live in the town of Hempstead. Where is all the emotion for our veterans who do not have a shelter in Nassau County, because Nassau County does not have a VA facility of its own, and Northport has been closed down for the toxic conditions that our veterans have suffered for so many years. So where is all of that? If we're going to talk about $9,000 for a position for Diane Madden, where was the questioning for a number of consulting personal agreements for jobs that came under your administration, when I do recall less than a year ago, when you were sitting on this side, and you were also talking about the quote-unquote appalling conditions at the animal shelter. Now, all of a sudden, it seems that you have made a 180-degree turn with regard to that.
I was on the outside. Now I'm on the inside, and I see the good work that these people do. I see how hard they work. I see what they do for our dogs, and I support them, and I will not have them disparaged and defamed at these board meetings.
I'm not trying to disparage anybody. Let me be clear.
I did not have the benefit of inside knowledge, and I am guilty of believing some of the things that I read on social media, which turned out to not be true. So I support you, I stand by you, and I will protect you from being defamed.
So now that you're on the inside and you have a vision of what is going on, how are you standing by protecting and supporting our veterans who are still suffering? How are you standing by protecting and supporting the lack of diversity and inclusion with the contracting in the township of Hempstead? Where are those numbers? Where are those figures? And yes, I am going to wrap it up in the additional 2 to 3 minutes that you gave at least 20 other people who spoke prior to 10:30. Since you're back managing the clock. Where is that now, since you are now on the inside, when you looked me dead in the eye prior to your election to make promises about changes that you were going to put in place? But funny, I still see that there are relatives or at least relations from your donors who seem to be getting jobs that were not brought before this body, that did not come as a result of a contract review process.
Who are you
So where's
talking
the
about,
review
Ms.
for that?
Araday? I'm sorry. In order to respond to your inquiry, please identify who you're talking about.
No, I'm not going to do that, because isn't it the model that you do not discuss the actual names when it comes to personnel?
No, but I'm asking you, what relatives have I hired? Please elaborate. What relatives have I hired? Because I'm not related to anybody on my staff, and they're not related to me in any way. So if you want me to respond, you're going to have to tell me who did I hire that I'm related to?
I didn't say your relatives. I said relatives. That could be
What relatives have I hired? Whose relatives have I hired? I can't respond to your question unless you tell me whose relatives I've hired.
Point of order, can we try to adhere to the 3-minute limit? There are other people that want to be heard, and it's late. And Ms. Meriday, nobody appreciates and respects you more on this board than I do, but it is getting late. Can we just...
But it has been late for those of us who sat here for the 2 hours plus to hear those comments. And as I said, I will wrap it up. She made a direct question to me, and as I said, I am willing to bring this to the forefront once I still had not received an answer as to, based upon her campaign promises, what has she delivered to the minority, women, and veteran population? And please, I don't want to get into the small steps. I don't want to talk about the small contracts, and I still want to get an answer to those questions. And I will remove myself, because I appreciate the fact that you were the one who stepped up when the 4 public safety officers want to have me removed. So in deference to you, I will take my seat. But remember, people are watching, and those of us who do attend these meetings during the daytime, we will still be asking the same questions and watching the results, because we were there when you were on this side of the table. And who's to say it might happen again? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Patty Harris. Patty Harris. Walker. That's all it says is Walker. From Hempstead.
She had to leave too.
Dave Hansen.
I got so much, I fall asleep, I wake up, and you guys still here. I don't know what's going on with this town. Might have to take it over, because you will always have a last, you'll never have a first. John Hanson was first. You guys know who's John Hanson? Mr. Supervisor, you know who's John Hanson? You know about that great seal behind you? John Hanson bought that from Spain. My family formed this town. George Washington was homeless from West Virginia. And George Washington lived under a cherry tree. My family found him and made him general to them, 1776. So tonight, I was here, I listened to everyone comments. It's mind-boggling. It's a shame on you. I thought you was going to be like Diane Zelinsky who worked at the Port Authority. She was very tough. She was a Port Authority cop, worked with me for many years. We have some dogs there that we train to sniff throughout the airport, and they will do a better job than you guys, believe me. Those dogs will do a better job than you guys, and it's a perfect example why I must get Letitia James to do a complete investigation on this town. You know her very well, and it's not about who I know. It's about who we are as a person, and this town here have more money than any other places, because this town was formed in 1644 with the Great Seal. My grandparents brought here from Spain. You guys didn't know that. Got a award from Congress, key to the city, Louisville, Kentucky. I'm actually volunteering with the economic development of the state of Louisville, Kentucky, help them to rebuild. And I call your office numerous times because I want to do it for where I have my home, and your office blocked me several times. I think you're worse than Santino. Believe me, I tell you that right now. And I'm putting I was just from Fort Knox 3 months, just came back, and I'm going to put an investigation on this town like you never see before. Believe me, a lot of you guys are going to be joining Skello and his son and all who are going to follow after. I warned John Sampson years ago, stop corruption, he's jail. Kevin Simmett, all these guys, I know all the criminals. My background is Oppenheimer, Prudential, Port Authority, Nassau County, Town of Hempstead, to their own 5 company of my own went viral. My family tree is 100 million strong and still counting. So I want any one of you to be my guest. I got 5 sons right here in Nassau County. Jaden Hansen, #1 in triple jump, New York City. We don't beg and we don't kiss. Okay, it's a perfect example why this place is failing, because of the corruption with RXR and all this corruption that's going on. I know everybody, and believe me, I sit with Mike Pence and Mitch McConnell. My family formed the Republican Party, John Hanson, the Boston Tea Party, the Continental Congress before the Constitution. In case you guys didn't know, I will run against you next election. You better make sure, you know, I'm going to have all my family move here to Nassau County. We are 100 million strong. That's why I run Santino out, I run Wayne all out, I'm running everybody out of this town, because I'm tired of you guys. I'm going to lock you guys up and show away the key, because I don't play. That's why as soon as I come for racial discrimination, and what I see going on here, I see Blakeman outside involving conflict of interest with those people outside. I see you talking to them, and I could file with public integrity and fire you guys. I know the law, okay? I studied constitutional law, true pro se. The federal judge said to me, Mr. Hanson, why you don't take the bar? I said, Your Honor, I will never take a bar. It limits me as how I apply the Constitution. And I want any one of you, Mr. Raw, I'm not done with him yet. He sent me a letter saying he's going to do litigation. Your staff, every time I come to the town, profiling me.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you for your comments. I'm sorry you're out of time.
You guys will be sued for 100 million soon.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You have your security coming after me. I'm filing that as racial profiling.
Okay.
That's the same
Terry
way that
Winston.
case in federal court, and I'm going to dismantle you to Facebook Live. Thank you so much. And you can go about your ways.
Thank you. Terry Winston.
My name is Terry Winston, as the supervisor has stated, from the Incorporated Village of Hempstead. And my passion is to keep my hard-earned tax dollars in my pocket and out of the hands of con artists posing as developers. Pilots have not, by any account, triggered employment or business growth in the Village of Hempstead. The Town of Hempstead, IDA, the Village, and the County IDA are to blame. Anyone who by any figment of their imagination believe that pilots are beneficial is a simpleton or on the take, or both. Do the math. The taxpayers in the Village of Hempstead, myself included, are getting the short end of the stick. The village, the town, and the county need to stop giving pilots to the filthy rich, while the taxpayers in the Village of Hempstead are purposely being driven below the poverty line. If you can't regulate your respective IDA, then they should cease to exist. Pilots are a scam, a loophole that wealthy corporations, take for full advantage of. Pilots are designed to fleece the taxpayers. And if anyone is in bed with RXR, they are an enemy of everyone that pays taxes, the homeowners, the business owners in Nassau County. He's filthy rich, and if he wants to invest in our communities, then he should use his own money. I invested in the village of Hempstead. I bought my house, and I'm paying for it. I didn't ask for a dime. He should do the same.
And whether or not there's any pilots for the hub will be decided by the Nassau County Legislature.
Well, you know what? I think the residents should take a vote on it. Not 7 or 12 people should do that. We should take an individual vote on it.
I'm just suggesting that if you want your voice heard, go to the Nassau County Legislature.
Back on?
I didn't turn it off.
I still have time. Whether or not we want developers to come into our neighborhoods, build something on our dime. If you ask any taxpayer out there, do they want that to happen, for their tax dollars to go to subsidize the dreams of these developers, they'll say no.
I'm just telling you, ma'am, I suggest that you go speak before the Nassau County Legislature because they will be deciding this. Diane Madden.
First of all, obviously, I have heard from my own attorney who was watching all of these comments being made from a previous lawsuit that I won. Secondly, I do not have assist and deceased order against me. I'm going to try to cover as much as I can, but I will be covering every single comment at some point in every meeting following this one. I want to read a Facebook post from the employee that stood here and made all kinds of slanderous, wrongful information about me, about a dog that she, according to her own words, was forced to pull because he was denied medical care. And this was done just months ago. And this was Christine Marie Martin. God bless you, Nancy, for being the voice for our animals and our staff. She made clapping emojis, especially the dog we were forced to pull from Hempstead under their quote-unquote foster care and adopt, officially in order to get him the orthopedic medical care he so truly needed as soon as possible on our own, as the shelter denied him the approved procedures due to unpaid bills and lack of money from the Tales of Hope Fund. And how funny, you won't be able to find any of that into his documented file. What does that tell you? The same person that's quoting files is questioning files. I'd like to know where Bonnie Zerillo is. She was a pioneer volunteer at the shelter. I can tell you why she's not here, because she can't collaborate with all of these lies that are being told. She knows that, Laura, you, having no support from the people that supported you, are transforming these volunteers into your personal campaign volunteers. Well, good luck with that, because really, they don't care about that. Trust me, suddenly they're political because now they're connecting the dots. So it's very obvious what's going on here, and I think it's obvious to the other board members as well.
I think there's a lot that's very obvious that's going on here.
That's very true, how my background is being scrutinized, and yet who was scrutinized on your staff? Did you scrutinize Rebecca Sinclair? By the way, who is now the liaison, and what does that resume look like? Could you tell me? Could you tell me Rebecca Sinclair's resume and whoever the acting liaison is, what resume background do they have to be an appointed six-figure liaison?
I don't know what you're talking about, a six-figure liaison. There's someone in my staff who coordinates on the animal shelter.
Coordinates on, so who is that?
Now it's Jim Lackaruba.
What background does he have in animal shelter and welfare?
Mr. Lackaruba?
Okay, it's interesting.
And he oversees it from an operational perspective.
Oh, I can imagine.
He's not a vet.
Okay.
He doesn't pretend to be a vet. He doesn't pretend to have behavioral training.
Okay. Like your current behaviorist, correct? Did you look at her resume? Thank God for one thing. It's my prediction that fraudulent contract for $109,000 will not be approved again. We don't. The Foster Day program is another farce. Most of the volunteers that are highly able to participate in this program, I hope you're paying attention, Councilwoman Sweeney, have not even been included in it, made aware of it, invited in it. It's another exclusive little club that allows certain volunteers control and certain volunteers to actually do the jobs of union employees. And I know this because I hear from a lot of the union employees. You have to remember, it may look like a large number of people here. There's a much larger number of balance of volunteers and balance of staff that realize they are being bullied, that these volunteers have taken over, and that just again as tonight, this whole thing, which nobody is happier than me, that resolution now can be looked at and returned at any time, but this ended up being about them. This has nothing to do with the volunteers. And what was most troubling to me was hearing that 25 rescue organizations allegedly, first of all, I wasn't looking to, I understand there are organizations that have relationships. Those are not the ones I will reestablish. But what was really troubling, the statements that came from Linda Sturman and these other rescue organizations, and 3 or 4 people that all spoke for the same organization, that they would no longer help the animal shelter animals. You should find that troubling. You should find that troubling, because that's a message that this is not about the animals for them. You can say whatever you want about me. I have been here since 2010. I have a proven record. I sat on an animal welfare committee in Smithtown. They won't stop calling me. Read those praises, Mr. Blakeman, before you pop off about what I may have said, what I may not have said, because those comments will be looked at. And I have news for you. On a defamatory page, which I hope you've all seen, they took my name and put them with other people's anti-Semitic comments.
Diane, this is your opportunity. Was that your post on Facebook?
I don't know which one you're specifically.
Let me finish. We'll hold your time.
Yes.
Let me finish. That said that the animal shelter was a concentration camp?
You know what? I don't know. I haven't seen that
I saw
post.
3 posts.
Was it
that had
possible
your name
that
on
I
it.
have said that in the past? I've said a lot of things in the past, Bruce. You certainly know that.
Okay.
You certainly are you concerned?
So that's the only. That's the only.
Threats to protest at my home. And but for the record, if anyone comes within 5 feet of my home, they will be arrested.
Okay, so the point is that this was brought to my attention for the first time. You realize that's a very insensitive thing to say, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I realize a lot of things are insensitive to say.
All right.
Absolutely. I would like for you to acknowledge a lot of the insensitive things that are being said.
If I hear them, I treat them all the same. So
believe me, I will
bring
them to everyone's attention.
That should be a teaching moment, because to say things like that, it's not only insensitive, it trivializes the death of 6 million Jews, gypsies, gay people, Christians.
You know what, Councilman, I'm sorry to interrupt. Again, I'm at a disadvantage. I have not seen this alleged post. What I saw and was brought to my attention was it was from a page.
All right, everybody in the gallery needs to be quiet. Let Mr. Blakeman speak and let Ms. Madden speak.
I saw 3 posts that someone showed me that was here tonight that had your name on it. If it's a forgery, then, I didn't pass judgment. That's why I asked you whether or not you said it or not.
Thank you.
And I didn't say you were an anti-Semite, but that is an anti-Semitic comment.
I'm not disputing that.
Okay.
What I'm saying is I'm at a disadvantage. I haven't seen it. I know that those have been remarks from another page I have no control over. What I would like to ask you, and you told me this clock would stop, how many hours does Emily Tannen work at the Hempstead shelter as rescue coordinator?
I think we've given you 6 minutes, is that correct? So we've given you double the time to speak.
Can you answer that question? How many hours the current rescue coordinator works? She was originally hired full-time. How many hours? Do you happen to know? Could you please find out right now while I'm here? Because the way Gillen has arranged this, Pastori's no longer here. Now she's changed her liaisons. I want to see his resume. Nothing personal.
I'm sure you'll be foiling for it.
I certainly will be.
Ms. Gabrielle Stratcher.
Just real quick, a question was that, Commissioner Marino, do you happen to know the answer? I simply don't.
Emily Tannen is a full-time employee of the town of Hempstead. Mr. Rara, am I allowed to discuss her?
How many hours is she working now?
Does she work a full-time schedule?
No.
I believe you just came back from maternity leave. I think she just came back from maternity leave, right?
So did Shari.
Yeah, she just came back from maternity leave. Is that right?
6 months ago. You have a loss of rescue help at the animal shelter, and you're covering it up. And I'll look forward to when the return of the resolution.
Carolyn Strucher.
Hi, my name is Gabby. Before I begin, I was wondering how the council members can make a conscious and appropriate decision on this matter after they've left for long periods of times and haven't listened to what everyone had to say.
I've been here except for maybe 5 minutes.
There's a speaker that if someone's using the restroom or taking a quick break, there's a speaker back there and we all listen to it.
Okay, thank you. I'm a student at the veterinary science program at Barry Tech BOCES, and on behalf of my class, I would like to say that we feel that giving this job to Diane Madden would be a waste of resources and cause unnecessary harm to dogs. Something that I learned about specifically was case number 3059. She wrote that the dog seems like yard dog crapping in cage and walking in it. Dog dirties his water bowl. And then she wrote that we cannot promote an adoption of this dog. As a student in the veterinary science program, we studied animal behavior, and this could have been a simple, easy fix, and the dog could have lived the rest of its life happy. But instead, it was euthanized. And this is extremely upsetting to me, and all I want is for this to never happen again. That's pretty much it. And also, I know there are people wondering, so I'm going to ask what the money would go to if Diane was given the money.
The money would be paid to Diane Madden.
But if it's for the dogs, why don't we just directly give it to them instead of it going through you?
Okay, everybody stop answering from the gallery. Would anybody on this board like to answer that? Paid to Diane Madden as a salary for promoting dogs.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lucille Defina.
Before you accidentally skipped me and my mom was after me. So.
You would call Carolyn Strocker. That's me.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Carolyn Strocker. I'm a lifelong resident of Merrick and a taxpayer and a voter. That's my daughter. I really did not intend on speaking tonight. I brought my kid, who is passionate about animals. I think she gets that from me, though, and we are just starting to get involved in rescue. I sat here tonight, and I looked at all of these people who give their time and their effort and have only the animal's best interest. Every one of them feels so passionately about this woman not getting this job for very valid reasons. My daughter researched and showed me her research when she asked me to bring her. These people are spending their days. They are the ones who are seeing the day-to-day operations of this facility. They intimately know what is going on there and the reasons why this woman should not be involved. And I really implore you to look at the people that are doing the work, taking care of the animals, that they really need to be listened to. And the kids who care about animals that organized to have my daughter come and speak for them, because they see what is going on there as a terrible disservice to the community. So please consider that and vote no.
Thank you. Lucille Defina.
Lucille Defina, Merrick, New York. I do feel that it's my place. Most of the people who've come up here tonight, you've allowed, encouraged, definitely encouraged to make allegations and accusations that are totally not true. You're empowering them, and you are causing this to escalate to a really dangerous situation. I have been there with Diane, though I did rescue totally separate from her prior to 2010, and we knew of each other, but we did really nothing together. We did not speak and really have a relationship until we were banned from the shelter. And prior to that, a few months prior to that, Diane came to me and told me, aren't you tired of spending hundreds of thousands of dollars of your own money and doing this in secrecy? Aren't you tired of watching all these animals die? This shelter was a high-kill shelter. What Christine talks about with dogs dying and holding dogs in her arms and crying because they were being euthanized, unfortunately was the reality of this shelter. Most of the dogs, 90%, if you look at the records back then, 90% of your animals in that shelter were euthanized. And Diane and I were trying very hard to save as many lives as we can. She took it upon herself to address the town, to come to this town meeting, to the town board and to town hall, and to try to then bridge the gap and have the town start using the money, which at that time was $7 million for the animal shelter, and try to get the shelter to start giving these animals money and saving their lives, getting them the programs, the experts, care, the medical. She did that. I wanted no part of it. And she worked very hard, and she thought she was getting somewhere, but that's when the town decided to ban us. Why is my mic went off? Decided to ban us. Since then, I got pulled into this horror story with Diane, and it ended up that our lawsuit came to be because there were horrible allegations and accusations about us. And we found out most of them were about Diane. Why does my mic keep shutting? Oh, my luck. Should I go to this one? Thank you. I'm trying to speak as quickly as I possibly can, but the bottom line is I have all those depositions. I have all those papers. I have all the proof that Diane Madden did not authorize or tell any supervisor that a dog should be killed. The truth is that there was someone within the town who was signing off. The DA questioned Diane. She was harassed. She was scrutinized. And it ended up that someone in the town actually forged her name. We found this all out, and I have all the proof sitting in my desk drawers. And I got dragged in, and so did Francis Lucevero, by accident. But we cleared our name, and it was because of me and Francis that we did not go to trial. Diane fought us, and she wanted this to come out, and she wanted this to be exposed so everyone would know the truth. And unfortunately, I did not have the courage and the stamina that Diane has. And it was because of her that this shelter has a volunteer program and everything that's in it today. And she should not be allowed to continually be attacked. Yes, there are still employees in that shelter that hate her. And they hate her because many, many employees at the time, like the Fat Cats, there was many of them, at least a dozen, who left their jobs, retired early, and jumped ship because Diane exposed this. Some of the other employees were young at the time, but they remember, and they hate her too. And unfortunately, the volunteers that are coming in are not being told the truth. They are being brainwashed, and this is causing a horrible war zone within your shelter. When I heard about this resolution, as everyone else, I just found out about it, and I was shocked. And I don't know who's the person who made this come to be, but I thought at first this is a terrible thing, and Diane, you are absolutely crazy to even consider this. I wouldn't. But she again had faith and hope that this would maybe be the beginning of bridging this horrible gap and bringing this whole thing to an end. So whoever put this resolution into effect or brought it up, I think was hoping that this would be something good, because many rescue organizations and volunteers who are in the crossfire have left the shelter. And if Diane can get them back, it will be a very good thing.
Thank you, Ms. Defina. Bonnie Radafshar.
Well, to add a little levity to the night, Alex, I am a huge groupie of yours. I'd also like to just briefly tell Councilman Ambrosino that Dominic and Chris have been super responsive, helping me with the parking situation at the Westbury Long Island Railroad Station. So Dominic and Chris, if you're awake and you're still here, thank you. We do appreciate your help. Anyway, I would just like to say to the board, I am Jewish, okay? Diane Madden is a friend of mine. I, as a Jew, at times in my life, have used the word concentration camp to describe a deplorable condition. If Diane Madden were a Jew and used that phrase, this would not be an issue. I can assure you that this woman is not anti-Semitic. Okay, thank you. Now, moving on to what I really came here to discuss, which is an email that I had sent to the board a few months ago about the behaviorist. I understand that the behaviorist or trainer contract is soon to expire, and I wanted to remind the board of an email that I had sent. Suggesting that you bring back Laura Garber as a trainer, who was absolutely wonderful, has a proven record, implemented many programs, and every single dog was included, not just the few favorites. Also, combine her with Dr. Catherine Iovino, who Dave can vouch for because Dr. Katie and I worked on the Shelter Buddy reading program at the Pets for Love Foundation, which was actually originally intended for Hempstead. Dr. Iovino is a veterinarian that has a special interest in animal behavior. Dr. Iovino can evaluate dogs from a clinical perspective and then work with Laura Garber to map out the best training methods. I think this is a winning team for Hempstead, a team that they've never had before, and also Dr. Iovino is a veterinarian, so if there is a behavioral issue that could be due to a medical issue, I mean, this is a win-win for everybody. I think that's the only thing that I had to say. Thank you.
Mrs. Radishar, while you're up there, would you mind elaborating on what was given to us with your name on it?
Yes, I will elaborate. I did not come here this evening with the intention of talking about that memo, which was splattered all over the place. It was an acknowledgement that I had to sign that was given to me in July. Because the town supervisor, not on one occasion, but on 2 occasions, decided to reach out to my firm to express her displeasure at my disparaging comments on social media and at board meetings. The second call I found out, which nobody even here knows about, I didn't even know about because it's not in that acknowledgement, was that you called again. Stop this from squeaking because I will go right to Newsday in 4 seconds because I've waited 6 months to have my say. You called, I asked what, I looked at this statement and I was upset because it said harassment, intimidation. I don't harass and intimidate people. That is not my personality, okay? And I was very upset by that. And the partner that gave it to me said, well, she called because somebody threw dog hair or something like it on her lawn. I said, what does that have to do with me? He said, well, I guess it's guilt by association. I'm like, okay.
Are you alleging I called your law firm, Ms. Radishar?
Am I alleging?
Is that what you're alleging right now?
See that acknowledgement? Are you calling my firm a liar?
Well, I'm just trying to be clear what your statement is. Are you alleging that I called your law firm, yes or no?
Put this mic back.
Please put the mic on. Yes or no, are you alleging that I called your law firm?
I was told by the partners in my firm that Laura Gillen, it's in that statement, reached out. They didn't say your assistant reached out. They said Laura Gillen, the town supervisor, reached out. If that is not correct, you call my firm tomorrow and you take it up with them.
So you are, in fact, alleging that I called your law firm?
I'm not alleging anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't you just say that to Mr. D'Esposito?
Excuse me. You're not the district attorney, and I'm not on trial.
But you're making accusations against me, and I have a right to have my...
Then you're calling Hawkins, Delafield, and Wood liars. They are not liars.
I'm not saying anything.
The amazing attorneys who represent this town for over 20 years, and you managed to back them into a corner fearful that they would lose the town's business unless they silenced me. That is called official misconduct, and I will file a report with the New York State Attorney General's office.
Ms. Radishar, did you tell me that Anthony Santino called and reported you to your law firm a couple years ago? Did you tell me that Anthony Santino sent the police to your house? Did you tell? You never told that. Okay.
Who did not like what I had to say on social media decided to use one of their connections to send the police to my house, wrote an email, which is in my file. I can produce that and show you the name of the person who sent it. Anthony Santino never, ever did that, and I don't believe that he would, because he has integrity despite the fact of what you claimed he did or didn't do. You have not. Erin King Sweeney knew who I worked with during your campaign. She never leveraged that information against me. You did. You knew. You used it. And that's the end. So, Prosecutor Gillen, your time is up. I am sending a formal complaint, and I don't give a shit if I get fired tomorrow. to the New York State Attorney General's office because you should be in jail.
Ariel Schwartz. Mr. Schwartz, you get to wrap us up this evening.
The last one, okay. All right. So I've never been involved with the animal shelter. I have no idea who the volunteers are. I have no idea who the people running the shelter are. I just came here for information. And, you know, the information that I've gotten from everybody who's here is that this just seems like another corrupt political appointment. And, you know, speaking of political appointments, you know, from what I understand, there are 7 council board members. 5 of them were not elected to their positions; they were appointed. And I have read in Newsday that the supervisor tried to pass a bill that would have gotten rid of appointments and would have made those special elections. All 5 of you voted against that. One of the 5, Councilman Desposito, took a position from the Nassau County Board of Elections, a clear conflict of interest, a proverbial middle finger to the voters of the town of Hempstead. Another one of the 5, Councilman Ambrosino, who represents my district, District 2, is currently under indictment and is going to have a trial in a month. So the fact that you refuse to step down.
That has nothing to do with the town of Hempstead. If it involved public corruption, it wouldn't be appropriate. But, you know, it's beneath you. Talk about something other than that.
It's absolutely not beneath me. It's absolutely not beneath me. I mean, this town has had conflicts of interest going back years and years and years.
Nobody's been accused of public corruption sitting on this board.
No one's been accused of it. That doesn't mean that it hasn't happened. That doesn't mean that it hasn't happened. We have one person who's under indictment. News reports, I believe to be true, have expressed, you know, news reports that I believe to be true have shown that, you know, that this is happening. You know, and just I think that Diane is just another example of corrupt political appointment. And I think that 31 has got to be voted no on. I think it's a serious problem. I think that the fact that you have not stepped down, all of you, after clear conflicts of interest is a serious problem. And I'm sick and tired of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz, and good night, everybody.
It wasn't that long ago, and it was with the 104 adoptions that I had with the town.